Mayor and Council in the Old Oaks for Police Chief. This is really exciting news. It's all about the team. It's all about teamwork. And we're building an incredible team at our appointed ranks of Commander, Deputy Chief, and Assistant Chief. And I'll be brief. I know we've got a lot today, but I wanted to introduce the additions to our team. First of all, our new PIO, Public Information Officer, Joshua Johnson. We have the new Commander of South Division, Andre Smith. The new Commander of Northwest, Jason Kim. I think you all know about the new Deputy Chief position for the Community Partnership Division. That's going to be led by now Deputy Chief Roy Hudson.
All right, Roy.
Our Tactical Command will be led by now Deputy Chief David Carbajal. For Central Division, we have a new commander, and that is Chris Daniels, who was the prior Chief of Staff. I should also point out that since he's been promoted, our prior PIO, Amy Heisey, is now my Chief of Staff. Additionally, at the very end down here, we now have a new Executive Assistant Chief, which is going to be Rob Aldridge. I frequently say that any success we have is because of the grace and blessings of God and the people that surround me. Being surrounded by people like this, we can't help but be successful. I know they'll be working with you a lot and vice versa. I hope you will wish them well, and I look forward to having some strong partnerships and relationships built between you, the community, and these fine individuals right here. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Congratulations.
Thanks, Chief. All right, next I'm going to call on our Interim Transportation Public Works Director, Lauren Prieur, and she's going to introduce some new team members in that department.
All right, super excited today. I have not one, not two, but three superstars to introduce to you today. These are our new assistant directors for Transportation and Public Works. First, we have Ms. Jennifer Dyke. She will be the Stormwater Management Assistant Director. Jennifer joined the City of Fort Worth Stormwater Management Program in 2014. Since joining our team, she's had the opportunity to lead the development of the program's strategic master plan and the initial establishment of the city's open space conservation plan. Next, we have Martin Phillips. So Martin will be our Transportation Management Assistant Director. He'll be responsible for overseeing transportation initiatives, the Safe Routes to School program, the Smart City Transportation initiatives, traffic service installation and maintenance for all traffic control devices, including operation and maintenance of the traffic signals, street lights, signs and markings, and school flashers. So Martin has served at the City of Fort Worth for 19 years. He holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Alabama. Please do not encourage him. As well as an MPA from the University of Texas at Arlington. Not here with us, she's out in the field, Lane Zarate. She is our Streets and Stormwater Assistant Director for Operations. So Lane will be responsible for overseeing the maintenance and repair of the city's public street system, as well as public drainage system, right-of-way management, and civil engineering. Lane has almost 20 years of multidisciplined engineering and management experience. Would y'all like to say anything?
Thank you. And finally, I'll call on Kevin Gunn, the Director of Information Technology Services, and he's got an announcement.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Actually, I've got two announcements. I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to say that since 2004, the President of the United States has declared October as Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And that proclamation is meant to remind everyone that we all have a role to play in security. So just four quick things. Update your software, that's easy to do. Set it to be automatic, it'll download and apply during your sleep. Use strong passwords, 12 to 15 characters, letters, numbers, special characters. Use multi-factor authentication where available, and you're probably all familiar with that with your bank account. You get a text message as well as entering your username and password. And then finally, be skeptical. if you get unexpected communications, whether it's email, text message, pop-ups, IM, DM, AM, PM, don't click the link, okay? And finally, the real reason I'm up here today is to announce that the IT Solutions Department has undergone a restructuring, a reorganization. We've created a new AD position to focus on the business of running IT, so financial management, strategic planning, staff development, and internal, external communications. And we performed a public recruitment to find the candidate to fill that role. I'm happy to announce that Cynthia Tyree has been promoted from a position as a senior manager to fill that role. And she was the overwhelming favorite of the panel who interviewed all of the candidates. And I'd like to turn it over to Cynthia if she would like to say a few words.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that I expressed how grateful I am for this opportunity. I've worked for the city for 33 years, and I'm super excited to continue to serve the city. And while we develop strategic plans that will grow our organization. Thank you.
All right, welcome, Cynthia.
Congratulations.
All righty, now we'll turn to informal reports. The first informal report is on the Fort Worth History Center, which is opening this Saturday, October 22nd. And Manya Shore is available if there are any questions. All right. The second informal report is the naming of the new library in District 6. And Manya Shore is available if there are any questions on that as well.
Yes, Manya will be coming up just to give an overview, and then we also have a special guest, Melissa Trotter-Smith, who we'll share more about in a second.
Thank you, Councilmember. Manya Shore, Director of the Fort Worth Public Library. I am thrilled to announce that we have a name for our new library in District 6, and it is the Vivian J. Lincoln Library. As many of you know from when we named the Reby Carey Youth Library, we have a public naming process. This time around, we had over 5,000 name submissions, and the winning name received almost 3,000 votes. That means this is a community-named library, and I'm so thrilled to turn this over to Ms. Lincoln's daughter.
Hi there.
I just have a few words to say, and I wrote it down because there's a lot of people in here. Our family is profoundly honored at the community support, love, and all the votes submitted for the naming of this library. My mother was a phenomenal woman, an outstanding educator, and a tremendous advocate for education. So we are very proud that the students and the families of Fort Worth and Crowley ISD will be able to go and sit, read, and learn at the Vivian J. Lincoln Library. So thank you all. We appreciate it for all the votes, all the love. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, the next informal report is on the proposed transportation projects for the 2021 Tarrant County Bond Program for countywide initiatives and partnerships. And Lauren Priere is available if there are any questions. All right, next up is an informal report on sidewalks repair and replacement. And once again, Lauren, come on up. Is available for questions.
Lauren, could you give us an overview, and keep in mind the public is watching, and I'm using this to help educate at least my constituents, because a lot of people don't know what their responsibility is in sidewalk maintenance.
Yes, ma'am. So right now, there's over 26,000 miles of city sidewalk. Nearly 600 miles of these sidewalk are in poor condition. Fort Worth, like many cities in the country, places the maintenance and obligation for sidewalks, parkways, driveway approaches, curbs, and gutter on the owner of the affected property, as described in City Code Chapter 30, Article 1, Section 30-1B. So Section 31-B also states that failure to repair and maintain can result in a misdemeanor. So TPW reviewed sidewalk maintenance programs in Dallas, Austin, and Arlington to look at possible implementation ideas. So these cities utilize two different approaches to sidewalk maintenance. In Dallas, per city code, property owners are responsible for sidewalk maintenance and repair. However, the city implements a 50-50 cost share program to assist the owners with sidewalk improvements. In Austin and Arlington, the city takes responsibility for sidewalk maintenance and repair, really sidewalk replacement. So TPW is recommending to develop a sidewalk maintenance 50-50 cost share program, incorporating equity factors and utilizing a portion of the FY23 funding for sidewalks. So an MNC for removal of the penalty provision from City Code Chapter 30, Article 1, Section 30-1B will also be presented at a future date.
And so when you say 50-50, that's with the property owner paying 50% of the city?
Yes, ma'am, and it'd actually probably be more about like a 60-40, because what we've looked at is the property owner will split the cost for materials, but our in-house crews will be doing the work.
I have one final question, and first a statement. No matter how much the city chips in, there are many families still having hard financial times, and we know that most of our bad sidewalks are inside the loop in older communities. What I would like to do is ask you, and David, I'll need some coordinating help, from you, to get with Fernando, and let's make sure that there's no more money left in neighborhood improvement strategy monies, because we use that in Stop 6 to help a lot. It'll be easy for Victor Turner to say it's all gone, but Fernando, we need to make sure, because there are some people who still will not be able to afford any percentage, and I'm talking about the elderly who live in neighborhoods that have been neglected for years.
Are you done? Sorry, I didn't want to stop on you. I have two quick questions. So from the 2.6 million that we are putting in the budget this year, or
Yes, ma'am.
PAYGO funding that we're dedicating to this particular project, how many miles of sidewalk does that buy us?
Well, it really just depends on the type of repair we're doing. So I'll have to get back with you on that. We're not proposing to use the entire 2.6 million. That's really what we want to go back and see of how much can we allocate of that planned spending to this 50-50 program.
Okay, and then implementation of the program, are you going to, so that our residents, we manage some expectations, is it going to be a situation where a specific property owner can call one of our offices and say, I'd like to pay to have the sidewalk in front of my home repaired, and then we come out and do that, 50 feet? Or is it more street or block based? How are we doing that? And then how are we collecting the money? Is that upfront? Do we hold up the project if they don't pay? How does that work?
So again, we haven't worked through those details. Really, we wanted to bring this IR to you to see if you're interested in this type of program. We'll go back, develop the details, incorporate the equity, look at how that money would trade hands, and how we would set up a process when a customer comes to tell us about an issue. We would first have to investigate it, then come up with a cost proposal, and then go from there.
All right. The next informal report is on asset forfeiture program, and Assistant Chief Aldridge is available if there are any questions.
Come on down. You read my mind, huh? I really appreciate y'all working on this change to how we spend this money. I think it's a really important signal that we're sending to both our community and our police officers, that we're here to take care of them for the work that they do, and we're here to put back into our community when they're harmed. I don't have any changes to this. I would like to see, though, under this new lens that we're using, whether it be our police officer safety, wellness, and resiliency, or our community safety, wellness, and resiliency, when that MNC comes to council, I'd like that MNC to include which objective those funds are going towards, so that we're clear that, the reasoning behind it, and then an annual report of how that money was spent, specifically looking at a breakdown as to what went into community versus back into our police officers.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Should be easy to do. You bet.
Next informal report is on Community Center Summer Day Camp Program, and Dave Lewis and Victor Turner are available if there are any questions. All right, next informal report is on family homelessness trends, and Tara Perez is available if there are any questions.
Tara, do you mind coming to the microphone? I know you're in here, I just don't see you. I know Lauren King from TCHC is here, Tarrant County Homeless Coalition. Thank y'all for putting this IR together. We did a media availability earlier today to talk about the significance of this issue. Tara, if you don't mind going at a high level what this IR describes to the public and what's going on right now in Tarrant County.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So in the past couple months, we've seen a significant increase in the number of families entering homelessness. And families, I'm using just one adult and one minor child. And so our main family shelter is the Salvation Army. They have 60 family beds. They're currently serving 277 people. That's 74 families. So they're way over capacity. They've done a remarkable job dealing with this challenge. They brought in cots, set up on the gym floor, utilizing all space, having some motel rooms, but they're not able to continue that level of sheltering of families. And so for the first time in our community, we're seeing that shelters are having to turn some families away because there's not room. Other emergency shelters have pitched in or coordinating. Tarrant County Homeless Coalition has done a great job of streamlining processes and making sure things run efficiently. But we are really over capacity, and the funding is not there to continue sheltering at that same level.
So I think in closing, Tara, and maybe for council members, we all know how critical housing affordability is across really the entire country right now. It's hitting home here in Fort Worth. And I went to visit Salvation Army yesterday and saw firsthand what families are facing. It's really significant. So there'll be some calls to action for community members on what we think they can do to help. We'll bring you a few short-term and long-term solutions. Just as a reminder, Tarrant County Homeless Coalition is led by a leadership council between myself, Mayor of Arlington, our county judge. And the point of doing that leadership council years ago was really to do just this, to have a really direct connection, understanding what's happening. There'll be, I think, in the end, a real holistic approach to this, but we are prepared for this trend to not go down. We've never seen these numbers this high and stay this steady, especially at this time of year. And of course, it's getting colder. Today was the first sign of that, so make sure families are protected in these winter months. In August, there were over 340 children, school-age children in shelter. Over half of those were under the age of 5. So this is quite serious and something we all want to tackle together. So I'll come back to you probably individually on some projects. Thanks to Tarrant County's leadership and the ARPA funding, there's a $32.5 million RFP on the street. I think some of our providers across the area will put together really innovative models that we can support at council. We put a lot of money and funding into permanent supportive housing, which is very important. So if you have questions or concerns, please come to us, and also provide some information you can provide to your constituencies, your faith communities to help as well, because I know they're all ready to do that. Thanks, Tara.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Mayor, I think it's important to note what we've already done here on council, and that the recent allocation of ARPA dollars to Tobias Place specifically goes to try to
Makes
address.
that project that much more
Yes.
important. Absolutely.
Yeah. So we've already started the process, so thank you for
Yep.
guiding that.
Our next informal report is monthly development activity report, and DJ Harrell is available if there are any questions. Okay, our next informal report is on police recruit training on civil rights and diversity, and Assistant Police Chief Julie Swearingen is available if there are any questions.
Any questions on this item, council?
Yeah, I have
Okay.
a question.
Chief Swearingen.
Chief?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Hey, Chief, how are you?
I'm great. How are you, sir?
Good, good. Can you just give us a update on the civil rights training that's happening in the police department?
Okay, I invited our experts. It's actually from the training academy. I invited Officer Lamont and Officer Samuel. So one of them over the TCOL coordinator and the other one's over the curriculum training. And so they'll be able to give you, if you want, other than what we provide in the IR. But basically, the civil rights training is everything that I include in the IR, where it touches on a portion of it. If you look at the type of training, it covers that. But if you want a specific on what is being taught, she can read whatever is in the
In the
curriculum.
past, have we had outside, like legal or counsel come
Yes,
in
sir.
and do civil rights training?
Yes, we've had our own legal, Ms. Brown, and a team, and we had a meeting 2 weeks ago, and we talked about having a supplement training as well as inviting other attorneys to help with the training. So I don't know if Ms. Brown wanted to talk about the past training.
But currently, these two are doing the civil rights training in the.
No, sir, it's
Okay.
different instructors or
Okay.
police officers, and what we do is we supplement with with the attorney's office.
Okay.
So they assist us.
Thank you. Okay.
So in the past, we've participated in certain aspects of training that may touch on civil rights training. It hasn't always been continual, so there will be times like the past 2-3 classes, legal hasn't participated at all. There have been times, other than the First Amendment auditor training that we've started. But what we decided, what we've worked together to do is that we are currently going to audit all of the classes that they have identified that may touch on civil rights. Christina Brooks is going to audit some of the classes as in the OPM office. And so within all of that, we will come up with recommendations for when we, legal, other departments such as Christina should be part of the training co-teaching, and we'll work to get to that resolution with them. But we're going to start off by auditing to see what they're teaching and what we can help them develop better with our expertise, their expertise, and hopefully, be it through the law school or even some of our outside attorneys who've had some experience in this area, adding them to the training in the DA's office as well. We think that we can make it a robust training for them with all of our participation.
A question, have we considered HBCUs professors coming in to do some training in the civil rights that
That is a
specialize?
very good idea that I think we should be looking at.
Okay, so we have a commitment that we're gonna look into that.
Yeah, my commitment.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, that's all I have. Thank you, Tisha.
Our next informal report is on the Vickery Village mixed-use development, and Robert Stearns is available if there are any questions.
I don't want to steal Elizabeth's thunder, but maybe have Robert just very briefly describe what this is. It's very exciting.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Robert Stearns, Economic Development. The IR that's on the agenda today, informal report, is really for the redevelopment of a tract of land just south of downtown along Vickery. So if you're going along Vickery Boulevard, this is the long stretch of property that is directly across from Justin Boots at Hemp Hill going down to South Adams. So almost down to Bowl Lounge. So it's had some, really has some very significant development challenges tied to it. There's been some properties that have been on the site demolished. We still have some existing properties there. And so we've been working with Vickery Village Development for a mixed-use concept on the site. So basically, they're going to invest $40 million in a 235 rental residential complex with 3,500 square feet of restaurant space. To facilitate that project, we are going to be providing, there's a small portion of the property that belongs to the city, so we're going to convey that 0.45 acres to the developer to facilitate the project. And then that purchase price, which is about $225,000, will be conveyed back to the developer as a 380 agreement as part of the overall, as far as meeting their overall commitments of spending that $40 million. So this is a project that has about $3 million of TIF funding tied to it. Again, we're very excited to see this moving forward. It's a very challenging site. So the fact that anyone wants to try to get something done out there is a testament to what Vickery Village is trying to get done.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay, and our last informal report is on the Office of Police Oversight Monitors Mutual Accountability Working Group's recommendation regarding the proposed Community Advisory Board. And Kim Neal is available if there are any questions. And I need to say, as she's working to the microphone, I need to acknowledge that Kim will be leaving the city. And I wanted to thank her for the nearly 3 years of helping establish this office, which I think is an important function. She started the month before COVID shut down the economy.
No, 2 weeks.
2 weeks before, all right.
Questions for Kim?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Kim, if you could, we really do appreciate your service and thank you for your work with doing this IR as well as working with the working group. I know you have met a lot of people in the community for and against this type of oversight that we in the 21st century, every major city should have. Can you give us a high oversight of your IR? And I think I have some questions and some amendments that I want to make to your board.
Sure. So this was something that really we brought to council back in December of 2020. And the actual Mutual Accountability Working Group, which the IR talks about who the members were, Estridge Tucker, Pastor Dr. Cedric Belcher Sr., Crystal Hernandez, LULAC, and the members rotated, so it was either Felix Alvarado or Alberto Galvia, Estella Williams from NAACP, Felipe Gutierrez from One Safe Place, Pamela Young, as well as internally, we had SMEs at the table, which included my office, police department, and the law department. And I have a slight cold, not COVID, so that's why I'm a little congested here, so forgive me. But anyway, we met for up to about 8 months to work out this proposal. And that working group came up with several factors that they recommended that the council consider if the council proceeds to create the board. One being, for example, the purpose, the name of the group they suggested, which should be Community Police Oversight and Accountability Board. They talked about an objective and a vision for that board, which was to promote transparency and accountability from the Fort Worth Police Department and fair and equitable policing in every neighborhood through effective oversight. The board, of course, would be voluntary and adversary. And the duties would be to review and be familiar with Fort Worth Police Department policies and procedures, gather, evaluate, and discuss information relative to recommended changes to those policies and procedures, as well as go to training, police department training, and audit the training and make recommendations as well, in addition to identifying policing issues as they see fit. Because we know that if we have a board, a likely consequence will be that community members may come to talk about encounters with the police, whether good or bad. And so they could definitely recommend or identify some policing issues in those interactions. Of course, the appointment authority would be the city council with a maximum of up to 15 board members. And I think the working group at the time, if I recall, the thought was that each council member would appoint, and then it also took into account the additional council members that were going to be added. And it allocated that certain members of the board should represent specific communities within Fort Worth, so a mental health advocate, homelessness advocate, a civil rights advocate, and so forth. And if those specific matters weren't addressed by council appointees, that the office of, our office, Police Oversight Monitor's office, could make recommendations to council who possibly those individuals could be. Nevertheless, the members would still follow the city secretary's policy for appointment and be appointed as such by the council by a majority vote. Some of the criteria for those appointees would be that the person would have to be a City of Fort Worth resident, at least 18 years of age, must be able to pass a criminal background check, must have experience in some of those diverse areas that I mentioned, must sign and adhere to a standard of professional conduct agreement, must be available to attend and perform board duties, and specifically, Fort Worth personnel, police officers should not be able to serve on the board, but could definitely serve as subject matter experts. Meetings should occur at least quarterly, and that the board would then come up with its own bylaws or SOPs. So one of the things that came out of that presentation that we gave to this council in September of 2021 was that we do some community engagements around the proposal. And so that's what our office took on towards the end of 2021. And in every community engagement since then, we've talked about, just about every community engagement since then, we've talked about the board and answered any questions that the community had. So we definitely think we got the word out about the possible proposal. And so that's pretty much a high-level overview of what that proposal looks like.
Thank you, Kim. And I just want to have some discussion around the table and just throw out a couple of recommendations that that I had the last time in this process. Again, want to thank you for the work and just ask a couple of questions. In the major large cities within our touch, our reach, like San Antonio and Dallas and Austin, have they established such board in their cities?
Dallas has a board, Austin has a board, and Houston had a board, and they're trying to recirculate that board, recreate that board. Yes. San Antonio does not have a board.
Okay. And so one of the recommendations that I had, and I have some recommendations here for my council to see, because I want us to get to a point where we're able to take a vote whether this council will move forward with operating an oversight board. And I'll pass that around. I'm gonna take that way so they can get it over there. One of the recommendations is that we talked about the last time is having the community ability to file a complaint or where the oversight board can review into incidents that happen in the police department, which I know your office already does that. But giving this board the opportunity to receive complaints from concerned citizens to file complaints. Have other boards established those mechanisms to be able to file a complaint with the board, and the board meets and review and then gets back with the community?
So what the board does and what I would recommend for that particular amendment, if you proceed that way, is that, of course, community members would definitely come to the board to complain or commend a police officer on their actions. But since we already have processes in place, so our office has a process in place for community members to file complaint, police department has a process in place, then the board could hear the concerns and then just, our office would be at the meeting, I'm assuming a member of PD could be at the meeting, and then take on that complaint and process it as we would, as if the person had walked in one of our offices. And that's generally what the boards do in Texas and frankly around the country, unless they're a completely separate entity outside of the oversight office.
So basically your office will just receive the complaints and then facilitate if there needs to be a group or a setting to discuss the complaint.
Well, no, the citizen could go to the board meeting because it's a public meeting,
Okay.
it's a public body, right? And so they could then discuss their concerns about an encounter involving a police officer, and then the board could then refer the citizen to whoever's there as a member representing our office to be able to officially file their complaint and follow the process.
Okay. Is that information that needs to be added into the?
Yes,
Okay.
it can be added into the ordinance.
I'm sorry. No, we're just talking about the complaints process. What's your?
Not the
I want to,
investigation.
so the board wouldn't conduct any investigation. That would still be done through either internal affairs or your office, the way it's done now.
Yes.
But they can present a complaint at a board meeting in the same way they could do so at public
Yes.
comment. And we would just
Yes.
direct them to one of those two channels.
Yes, it would give them a separate venue, a third venue.
I've got a question, Kim. When you mentioned Dallas having an oversight board, what's the difference in how complaints are handled by Dallas as opposed to what you'd like to see put in place here, or
So
even now?
Yeah, the monitor in Dallas receives complaints. And so, again, community members are welcome to come to the board and talk about concerns they may have with encounters with police. But then that office, the monitor's office, is the office that actually processes the complaint.
Can any complaint get a hearing, or does Dallas decide who gets a hearing?
No, what happens in Dallas, and it's sort of not written in stone, the police department chooses which cases they're going to take back to the board and share their investigation with. So that's within the police department's purview. So they don't hear about every case filed against a police officer.
But you're not restricted like that here, are you?
As far as this board would be concerned?
Well, in terms of police deciding what you get to put in front
Oh,
of?
no, our office isn't restricted. no.
Okay, okay.
I have one more amendment that I do want to add to the board, and it deals with the police critical incidents, and I'll just kind of read here, just so it be, and I think everyone has it here at the table, that the board shall review and conduct investigations and make recommendations to the police chief on the following critical incidents: any discharge of a firearm resulting in an injury or death to an individual, including the appearance of accidents discharged involving the Fort Worth Police Department. B, the death of a serious bodily injury, including the vehicle accidents or individuals in custody or in the process of being taken into custody by the Fort Worth Police Department. This is currently not a recommendation into the board that you have stated, but I believe that when we have any type of death to the hand of the police department, that this board and this body should be able to, along with the investigation team, look at and make recommendations. Again, we all know, and I'll put this on the record, that the chief of police has the final say of what type of punishment procedures or happens with that officer. But this is just a transparent moment that this board can look at the information and give a recommendation to policy and procedures to what they feel as a community did. Again, this board will be appointed by all of us, so it will be a diverse group of people, so it just won't be one-sided. But they would have to come to some type of consensus of how their recommendation would be to the police chief.
Yes, and I'm aware that you have that proposal. And I don't know if legal wants to talk about the G-file and the CJIS implications, or if you want them to talk about that, because there are implications if the board is able to do that.
Yeah, if legal can come. And I don't know if Chief Police is still here, if Chief Neil Noakes is here.
From a legal standpoint, any investigation, while it is still occurring, so it's an impending investigation, there has not been a decision on discipline, it's considered G-file under state law. And so anybody reviewing that would have to get permission through the city manager's office to view that file. So it would just require city manager's approval to put them on the list that could review it. They would make a recommendation to the chief. Under your proposal, if it's in writing and there's discipline, that whatever they put in writing would, if the chief reviewed it, would become part of the, be subject to public information.
I would like to add, I think in your recommendation, they already have to sign a confidential file or a confidential form.
Yes, they do, but that is not related to G-file
Correct.
procedures.
Correct, but they do have to sign a confidential form.
Yes, it's a standard of professional conduct. So it talks about confidentiality, it talks about conversations with with the media, things like that.
Okay, with this G-file, I know this is top information. What can we have these individuals to sign to make sure that if they release any type of information outside of that room to the public, or what type of penalty is put on that individual to make sure the integrity is kept in that room?
So state law already has in place that the intentional or reckless release of confidential information in the G-file is a Class B misdemeanor punishable by jail time and or a fine. So that's already there. So the I would say that what you would do is you would have an agreement or at least an acknowledgement that they recognize that releasing something under those circumstances that they've been given access to could result in them being prosecuted and ultimately jailed.
Okay, so getting us to this point does not just open up our officers or our police department to the public. We have some mechanism of keeping things confidential, have integrity, and still have an accountability board.
Yes, and I do want to point out, I think under your proposal, you said investigate. Right now, the meet and confer only allows internal affairs to investigate, so we'd have to do some work on the meet and confer agreement if there's an intent to allow an independent board to do investigations. And the other part of that is some investigations do involve what we call CJIS information. So that information would either have to be redacted out of anything that the proposed board looks at, or they would have to go through CJIS background checks, which could limit again who can be on the board.
Right, and I wouldn't disagree with anything being deducted from what's put out there. And there may be a different word for investigation, but what we really want to make sure that the community or that board is able to see clear information, detail by detail, of what happened and make a conscious recommendation. So I don't know if that's actually investigating or actually been given the information and been able to see.
We would consider that a review.
Okay. So then the word may be review instead of investigate. Yes. And that would just eliminate that paragraph you just said. Okay.
Well, it wouldn't CJIS and G-File would still apply.
G-File
It
and
wouldn't
CJIS?
require, if you do, yes, well, CJIS would have to be redacted, or they would have to go through the background check and get CJIS certified. It would also require the acknowledgement that any review of G-File or release could be a penalty under law. And it would, but the investigation part would go away, which means we would not have to reopen the meet and confer.
Okay. And Chief, I just, in this conversation, I know we have talked offline in other conversations. One, we want to make sure that we have a good relationship with our chief and our police department. And I have always been accountability. So is there a place that we can get to in this information, or is there something that is a hard stop or a hard no, or how can we come to some type of resolve to establish such board or no board at all?
In my opinion, given the existence and the work of the Office of the Police Oversight and Monitor, such a board would be redundant. It appears, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're requesting for this board to do, Ms. Neal's office is already doing.
A piece of it. And the other part I would answer is, and I said this the last time she came up, is that Kim Neal is one person and she's employed by the city of Fort Worth. I trust her integrity and respect her whole thoroughly. The idea of having a board allows, just like what you see here, a diverse group of people who come from different organizations, different communities, and have different encounters with the police department. My encounter may not be the same thing as Councilman Blaylock's encounter with the police department. And so this type of board allows that type of diversity.
So since I became chief, I've been reviewing different types of oversight boards that I've seen across the country. Quite frankly, I have not seen one yet that has lived up to the expectation, and I am all for anything that's going to help us be better departments, that will improve community trust and community relationships, but I have not yet seen a board that's been able to do that. I'm afraid this would be one like the others I've seen across the country.
I appreciate you for that. And I would say that I think since we got on this council and with your leadership, that we as a city of Fort Worth have changed policy and moved forward and have made differences as well as you have. And I would challenge the fact that I think that the city of Fort Worth can create a board that will respect and have accountability for the police department and for the citizens. And I think the citizens desire such board. I don't know if there's any other comments or questions that other council members have, but I'm looking forward, and I have asked David, and I think Firestone have, for us to move forward with some type of resolution with a vote.
Councilmember Firestone.
No, not today.
No, a couple questions for Kim, actually, Chief, if I could. Thanks, Kim. Nice to see you. Congratulations on the new position.
Thank you.
Just for maybe some context for some of us that are new to council, do you know much about the Policy Advisory Board that was disbanded before your department was created?
You're talking about under the police department? Well,
I think it was under police.
yeah, they didn't, it wasn't in place when I started.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
in
and
the
that- and
IR
it
that
was
it
my
was
understanding-
disbanded.
Yeah, and it was my understanding that it was done that way because they were awaiting the start of our office.
Okay. What, do you know what they were charged with doing prior to you?
Very similar to, very similar to what the working group proposed, which was to learn more about police policies and procedures, to advise and make recommendations about police policies and procedures.
Okay.
I don't know if the chief wants to add to that.
And our intent, we didn't want to create another level of redundancy, but to see how this decision is made by city council will determine our next step. If there's not the oversight board, we will bring the policy advisory committee back. We currently are revamping our chiefs advisory board, which is a similar group of very diverse citizens who come to advise me, my executive staff, on concerns they have in the department. The way specific communities want to be policed and how they want to engage with our department. And then the policy advisory board would be something separate to advise specifically on policies that we have within our department.
Okay. And so did Kim's group replace that work in any way with policy input?
That group, as well as the Chiefs Advisory Board during COVID, ceased to meet because of restrictions, obviously.
Okay.
The idea was to bring both back, but about the time we were ready to do so, we knew that Kim and her team was in place, and there was talk about a potential oversight board. We didn't want to bring the team back if they were no longer going to be necessary. Absent the oversight board, they will absolutely come back. And just as our Chiefs Advisory Board, we're going to bring in a very diverse group of citizens from all over the city.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I guess, Kim, maybe if you could, again, expand on what, again, I think I asked a year ago, how this committee, this board will be different than the work that you're doing. Because if you look on the city's website, the language is very similar. So I can't see the distinction.
Yeah, I think it's similar to what, and what civilian review boards tend to do, and I think it's similar to what Councilmember Nettle said, is that it's a group of citizens that are appointed. Sometimes they're appointed by the city manager, sometimes they're appointed by the legislative branch, but that represent a diverse group of citizens from across the city that can then also have input on or make recommendations about policing in their city. So they have vested interests, which my office is, of course, some of us live in the city, some of us don't, but we all still are invested in the process. But it just gives citizens another way to voice their concerns if by chance they don't feel like they are being heard.
Okay. Can you tell us, to the extent that you know it, maybe it's a question for Chris, what the structure of the board will be, and is there a chairperson?
Yes. The structure would be up to 15 members. There would be a chairperson and a vice chair. And we would, I think one of the things that we know that if the council moves forward, we're going to probably need an additional FTE in my office because that person would be responsible for taking the minutes and keeping everybody on task for what they're doing. But it would be a group of those individuals that are appointed by council. And we would try our best to work with council members to ensure that community members are appointed to represent some of those populations that we talked about earlier, that we feel that are really need to be represented on a board like this. And that's really a trend that we see in the civilian review world. Before, it was just people being appointed to a board. Some have interest, some didn't. They just were appointed to a board. Now we see the trend where we're actually focusing on members who, like I said, from the civil rights field, from the mental health field, from the homelessness field, from the LGBTQ field. So all these key factors that we find that we're dealing with every day when it comes to policing. And so by having those individuals be represented, which, may or may not be represented in my office per se, then they could have a voice and have people that may have the same thought process.
Yeah.
Or empathy, if you will.
So how do
as they
we
would.
rationalize representation with competency? It's the proper representation, which I think everybody is in favor of, but how do we know that those individuals are competent
Yeah.
to do things like, which is written, I think, in the IR, review policies and procedures, and just to put a finer point on that, to understand those policies and procedures in the context of the law?
Yeah.
How do we know they can do that?
So one of the things we would do is definitely work with the city secretary's office on defining what the criteria looks like to determine who valid potential members could be. I mean, we would work with the council members because, it would be the council appointing. And so if we're talking about we want these various interest groups represented on that board, then it would be up to the council to think about that. And then once they're appointed, what we,
Is that a fair expectation, even as council members, that we would be able to effectively identify somebody because they represent the community and have confidence that we as council members know that they can interpret the law, that they can understand the laws of policing and procedures of policing to competently make suggestions or recommendations?
I think it's fair. I mean, you appoint to other commissions that require the same
Zoning's a little different.
similar knowledge, but I think it's a fair. Yeah, I think it's a fair expectation
Yeah.
of council members. But the other piece I wanted to add to that is that after they're appointed, then we have worked on a training schedule because they have to do training and they have to do police ride-alongs before they can actually sit on the board once they're appointed. And so that training involves learning about the police department's general orders, learning about how, the history of the police department, learning about key general orders that impact us every day when we're talking about complaints like use of force, de-escalation, stops, consensual stops, and so forth. And so they would have to go through a training mechanism before they can even sit on the board, as well as do those ride-alongs.
Okay.
And that would be something that would be required of them periodically. It's just not a one-time thing once they get appointed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just some language that, again, was a little maybe contradictory in the IR that maybe you can help clarify. So we mentioned that part of the requirements will be a criminal background check, right? But then later on in the IR, it says that there's no consensus reached regarding board members with felony convictions.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So one of the concerns is whether, some of the concerns that I've seen, not here in Fort Worth, of course, but in other cities, and I had it just with the city I came from, is whether a person with a felony could serve on the board. And because I had a board. And so the board, sometimes the issue is what type of felony it is. If it's assault on a police officer, so it depends on the type of felony versus, for example, there was a gentleman that our mayor in the previous city appointed who had stole $150 when he was 20, and it was still on his record. And he now had 30 years into his career where he was actually on several police committees and had very good relationships with police. But because it was on his criminal background record for stealing $150, he could not serve on the board. So that's different from a person who's committed assault on a police officer. So you can define what those felonies are, but the working group itself just couldn't reach a consensus on whether the person should have a felony or not, so they just left that issue alone.
They left it alone?
Yeah.
And that's TBD, or how would we address that?
That's if this council wants to consider a person with a felony, or if you just want to leave the issue alone and leave it as the person being able to pass a criminal background check.
Yeah, okay, so,
Some ordinances in other cities will say absolutely, a person cannot have any type of felony whatsoever. Some will say that they can have a felony, but again, it can't be some of these more serious felonies like assault on a police officer. So, you know, it's different for different cities.
so
There's no.
we would be handicapping felons, so to speak?
Well, it just depends on how you decide you want to do
Yeah.
it. Yeah. It's
Can
up
I
to the
just jump in?
council.
I'm not advocating for felons to be on this board.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. Just a couple more questions. So, you know, again, you mentioned sort of your career. So how long have you been in this industry, so to speak?
So I've been in compliance and investigations field for probably almost 30 years. I specifically started focusing on police about 8, 9 years ago. Before it was government employees in general, including police, at the state level, at the local level.
And I think the chief made a comment earlier to Chris that he's never really seen, I believe this is right, Chief, a committee like this, board like this, work anyplace else.
Yeah.
Would you have the same opinion?
No, that's probably where the chief and I differ. We don't differ often,
Okay.
but
What
that's
is your opinion?
that's where we would probably differ. I think that boards have been quite effective. Civilian review boards date back to the late 1800s.
Okay.
And they were created at the federal level, at the presidential level, because of the corruption in policing
Okay.
across this country. And so they've been very effective. What happens is, if there's nothing happening at the time, then sometimes their resources get depleted or they get taken away because people feel that it's not as viable. And then Minneapolis is a perfect situation where they had a board, but they had a board that powers had been stripped, money was taken from them, and then they had George Floyd. And then they're dumping a whole bunch of money back into that situation again. And that's what happens. It's a secular thing, and it's not unfortunately, it's not proactive. We have to be proactive versus reactive.
What would the other cities be that you think it's been successful? In the last 15 years?
Yeah, I think every city that has had a civilian review board has been successful.
And which ones come to mind?
So Cincinnati is one where I came from, DC, New Orleans, Dallas was once successful. Austin was once successful. Houston was very successful. They're rejuvenating theirs because, once again, resources were taken away. So it goes into the hundreds.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Do you think by, sort of establishing and putting a criteria to, we were talking about it earlier in the context of complaints and how those would be managed and so forth, do you think there's risk in blurring the lines, so to speak, of, what's acceptable or unacceptable in behavior in our city, and that we could become called a crime tolerant type of city? Would that be possible?
As it relates to civilian review?
No, how it relates to complaints and people trying to judge officers as to what was right or wrong.
Well, first of all, civilian review doesn't touch on criminal allegations. It's an administrative investigation. It's not the criminal investigation. So being a crime-ridden city wouldn't apply to a
Okay,
civilian
maybe
review
the wrong
board.
word. Okay,
Yeah.
fair. Okay. So, but it does blur the lines.
No, I don't think it blurs
Okay,
the lines.
it doesn't. Okay.
I don't think
Do you think that if we institute these kind of policies, that we could create an atmosphere where our police officers will hesitate in acting and doing their jobs? Because they're fearful that someone might complain about how they performed their work?
I don't think so, because I think that we've seen many videos where police officers are doing the right thing.
Right.
I think that just like any profession, you can be challenged,
Yeah.
and particularly if you're a government employee.
Sure.
We are public servants, and we are supposed to adhere to a very high professional standard and ethical standard. I do think that most police officers and most of the body-worn cameras that we watch, police officers are compliant with policies and procedures. We have been even, my organization has even commended police officers on several
Right.
occasions for their conduct.
So is
But
this,
when
is
police
this board,
officers are
sorry,
not-
just before,
Uh-huh.
is this board then the right tool for the job? Is it a prescription looking for a disease? If we're doing well, why do we need to insert this board to review the good work that's being done?
Because you have several marginalized communities, council member,
Okay.
who want the board.
Okay,
And so it's those constituents that want the board, and so they're asking this council to
Yeah.
implement that board.
so we're going to create a policy that is not just constituent-based, but, right, this is universal throughout our city, what we're
No,
talking about.
I'm not saying that it's every community that wants a community
Yeah.
oversight board. I'm saying
But the
that.
policies of the board will affect all communities, right? Is that not the intent?
No, they're making recommendations to the police department. They're not making policy. They can't make policy.
No, I understand
Yeah,
that, but they're making a recommendation that could be revealed in all
If the police
our
chief
communities.
accepts the recommendation, it could, but I would assume that the police chief wouldn't accept a recommendation if he didn't feel it was good for the city of Fort Worth. And it's the same thing with our office. We don't make policy. We make recommendations to the department, and the department determines if it wants to implement the recommendation.
Okay.
We look at best practices. We look at what other cities are doing, both in Texas and outside of Texas, and we base those recommendations on that.
Okay. And last question, thank you, and maybe the question to you as well, Chief. I mean, is there anything that we're contemplating in creating this committee that could potentially create a less safe environment in our communities?
A less safe environment by doing this board?
Yeah,
No.
okay,
No, we're talking about a group of community members who are residents of Fort Worth, are looking at policies and procedures of the police department and making recommendations to ensure that those policies and procedures are fair and equitable for community members in Fort Worth.
making sure doesn't sound like a recommendation.
Well, it's a recommendation. I mean, they can't make policy. I mean, that's law. They can't make policy.
Okay.
They're an advisory board.
Carlos, Gina. I don't know.
Thank you, Maddie. I'll start off with a couple of comments here. Back when the council accepted as part of the package of recommendations from the Race and Culture Task Force, civilian oversight was one of those components. And if my recollection is accurate, they were recommending some form of civilian review or oversight,
Yeah.
which could include, something similar to the police monitor, right? And the council took that under consideration, established your office, at the time, was funded under the FY 2020 budget. And so we have effectively addressed that recommendation. Now, keeping in mind that accountability is an ongoing effort, in everything that we do. I'm going to jump to the recent consultant study of the police department. They concluded that the department has done a good job of implementing effective policy. Cited Chief Noakes in those efforts. The concern was how effectively that policy translates to training. For example, like de-escalation training. So there is some work to do, but again, let me emphasize that this is not a destination, this is an ongoing process. You never stop, you never reach that destination and, put your hands up and say, I'm done. right? It's always an ongoing effort. Now, specific questions that I have, about, I guess they would fall under requirements, and this would be legal, I guess, in nature. Board members, being required to complete and sign to confidentiality agreements. Would such agreements have injunctive clauses in them or not?
No, sir.
Okay, and.
Wait,
then-
well, I'm sorry, let me go back, since, when you say injunctive,
Yeah, could you make and again, I'm not an attorney, but could there be a measure requested to, say, stop, a party from accepting or disclosing some sensitive information?
so what we would say is, no, that's, the law in and of itself is an injunctive policy. So the fact that the very disclosure of confidential information carries with it criminal penalties should be all that's needed to enjoin you, basically. We wouldn't specifically say we are enjoining you from doing that.
I understand. Now, what is the jurisdiction of that enforcement? Here, with the city, right?
So what we would do is, in the event that there was a potential violation, we would turn it over to the police department to investigate, or just submit it to the DA's office for their investigation, review, and to decide whether or not they would bring charges. Administratively, what you could do is make a determination that that person had revealed confidential information, and therefore give that as cause to remove them from the board.
Okay. And how would our city legal department be involved with that? Just can you step me through that process, if such an occurrence happened?
So what we would do is typically what we would do if any board did something like that, we would look at it, say, yeah, it is our legal opinion that they revealed something that was confidential, that they did it intentionally, and we would recommend to council member removal for cause in that case, and that we would then refer it to the police department for investigation, and then to submit it to the DA's office. So an example to something in comparison is that when there's an officer involved shooting, for instance, police conducts the investigation. They make no determination about whether or not misconduct occurred. They submit it to the DA's office, who then looks at it, presents it to a grand jury, and they make a determination as to whether or not a crime has occurred. I would assume that it would be similarly situated, where they would do the investigation, turn over the evidence that they received in the investigation to the DA's office to determine whether or not they believe a crime has occurred such that they could bring charges and convict.
Okay. So there could be a situation that the city may find itself on the party that brings that would sue somebody, right? I mean, not that it's a desirable position to be in, but is that possible? That if there is an infraction of sorts, a disclosure that was not supposed to occur, would the city find itself potentially in a position where it would be suing, a resident who is participating on that board?
So I will tell you that courthouse is open every day of the week, and on any given day, someone could sue the city, individuals in the city, employees of the city, boards. They could do that any day of the week. So I can't tell you no. What I can always tell you is whether or not, based on the evidence that's in front of us, whether they've successfully made a case. And I can't tell you that that would happen. But yeah, could someone actually sue us? Yes, but they could do that any day of the week from any board of the week. And quite frankly, we get a lot of those from when people don't like the results of their Board of Adjustment, zoning commission cases. So yeah, we get sued, and it's a possibility we could be sued with any board. Okay,
Thank you. Generally, again, my concerns lie within the legal implications area, of having information disclosed, whether it be from G files or, information contained in IA files, right, that impact CJIS. But I guess this will be a final question for you, Kim. Because it was referenced before in prior conversations, tell us the current state of affairs with the Austin Civilian Oversight Board. What's going on there? I think there's a referendum or something that's being brought, right, to the public?
I don't know of a referendum. The Civilian Oversight Board is separate from the Monitor's Office. So they are similar to the situation, from what I've been told by the Austin Monitor's Office, that they're in a situation where also they work directly with police and police update them on investigations. They have signed a confidentiality agreement, and they do so in executive session, and they learn about investigations. The police pick and choose what they're going to update them about. The Monitor's Office in Austin is mostly a complaint intake office, and they do some policy review as well.
In your view, how has that board worked?
I asked specifically regarding that board, I wanted to know specifically, had they ever had issues with their board members violating G-File, violating confidentiality, and they said they had not.
How long has it been in existence?
That I don't know.
All right.
That I don't know.
All right. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Gina?
Thank you, Mayor. I really like to keep things simple, and I appreciate all the dialogue that's taking place. But for me to be able to figure out what the next step is in my brain is to ask my esteemed colleague, what is it that is different in your amendments compared to what we've been provided with the IR? I'm glad you made it plain that you're not advocating for felons to serve on the board. You know, that's a good thing. And before you answer, I will tell you, whenever this topic comes up, it takes me back to the year I graduated from high school. Looking around this table, probably nobody around, but that was in 1973. And that's the year when Hector Santos Rodriguez got killed by a Dallas police officer. And it took the city of Dallas 50 years to make things not right, but they honored that young teenager with a statue 50 years after, you know, his murder. He was murdered. And I don't have any problem with this board being created, but it'll be easier for me to see what's going on that creates the angst about it. And I think, Chris, if you can just what's the difference in what's presented and what you want to change? And for me, that's what I'll have to be able to base it on to see just what the real big difference is.
And just tell me if I miss anything, Kim. The first one is allowing the community to file a complaint through the department, through our department. And then they review it and take it to the board.
And that's been accepted by the monitor's office, right, Kim?
I think it's a little bit different. They would go to the board and address their concerns with the board, and then we would intake the complaint.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so now I want to hear the chief. What's your take on that, chief?
I'll be honest, that would confuse me. What are we saying? The recommendation? I'm not clear. It went back and forth a little bit right there.
It is not in the IR where community has opportunity to file a complaint to the board directly. In my amendment, it allows the community to show up to the board meetings and issue a complaint of an incident to the board. The board then takes it to Kim's office, and then there's a review process.
And my question is, what are your thoughts on that?
Again, redundancy. The community doesn't have to go before the board. They can go directly to Ms. Neal's office and make the complaint directly to her rather than having to go through a middleman, if you will, to get the information to her office.
So does it cause harm?
I don't know that it causes harm. Again, it causes the redundancy. If we have two different entities, OPOM and this board, doing several of the same things, at some point, wouldn't one become obsolete?
Let me tell you what I think about that, and this is just off the top of my head, and I'm going to assume this is why you brought this up. People who come from disenfranchised backgrounds, often have challenges dealing with the system as we know it. And I'm thinking being able to get to the board directly avoids that anxiety. Is that why you came up with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, good to hear that. What's next?
The next thing is that they will review critical incidents where there's a death involved with a police officer.
And so, once again, Kim and Chief, what's your take on that?
That's not something that we consider.
Okay,
Yeah, that's not something, I think the chief has.
Chief.
Yeah, I would be strongly against that, releasing all the information that's within that critical police incident. Again, as Ms. Brown stated earlier, this all is reviewed by the district attorney's office. If there were any criminal conduct, if there's something those officers should have been doing, we already have the district attorney's office reviewing these cases.
Thank you. Now I know the differences in those, and once again, Chief, you know, I've love you every day of the week, but once again, the system is what makes some people not trust even the DA's office. And so this helps me, Maddie. Thank you for letting me ask those questions. And I don't know that we're ever going to talk our way through this afternoon, but at some point, we're going to have something to vote on or deal with. And
So the soonest this would come to council is November 8th.
Okay.
As of right now, the resolution would be, as was recommended from Kim's committee and board, which is what's in the IR. Any additional changes would actually have to be initiated from council. Chris has already kind of articulated what his changes may be. There may be other recommendations around the table. It's likely if there's not consensus about those changes, it would go through a council proposal, which we've been through that before. Y'all are all familiar with that process. And I think any other considerations or dialogue maybe needs to happen in the next few weeks prior to a November 8th meeting. Any other questions,
Can I ask
Leonard?
one follow-up, just while they were on the topic? We jumped into your comments. Chief, what happens, or Kim, what happens currently if somebody files a complaint with your office, right, is the way it goes now? As soon as that's filed, what occurs with the police officer in question? Is there any ramifications to the filing of a complaint with that individual?
So I'll just take it from our office standpoint. So if they complain to us, then we have a complaint intake process that we follow, where we actually fill out a complaint form, assign allegations, and then we forward, we may talk with the citizen a little bit more to gather some more information, and then we forward all that information over to internal. Internal is the actual department that does the investigation.
Okay, and Chief, is there a threshold based on what the complaint is about where you would take that officer off the street or not?
Absolutely. If it's an extreme policy violation or especially a criminal violation, we actually remove that officer from their regular duties. They are either placed at a desk or sent home and removed of all their police powers, including their badge, commission card, and gun.
Okay, and there's also complaints where you don't take those
Correct.
steps, right? So once Kim sends that information to your internal team, what amount of time does it take, case by case, would you say, for that investigation to, from, start to finish? What, individual by individual?
The conclusion of the investigation itself?
Yeah.
It will depend
Generally.
greatly depending on what the allegation is. For instance, if there are criminal charges, sometimes there is a timeframe we wait to see if the court will indict, to see if there's an indictment on the officer. If there's anything that has to do with anything that must be processed as far as evidence, that may take longer. Basically, we have 180 days for an allegation once the act is committed for a policy violation, or 180 days from the time we find out if a criminal act has occurred, unless we reach out to the Attorney General's office to pause those 180 days so we can see out the entirety of the criminal case in court.
And if we establish this board that is going to take a lot of those incoming complaints as we've talked about, just assume that there's a whole bunch coming in. Do you have the staff to manage and take those cases through from start to finish, as you just described, and whatever their degree of violation may or may not be? would you need more staff if more complaints were coming in?
That's entirely possible if more complaints were coming in. We increased internal affairs significantly recently, but they are working extremely large caseloads. And if those caseloads were to increase more, we would need to increase staffing.
Can they turn them around today at 180 days?
Sometimes barely, but they get the job done.
Okay.
They do great work.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Elizabeth?
I appreciate all the discussion here today. I have some questions first, and then there's a couple of things that have been discussed around this table that I'd like to address. And just in the, in all fairness, I know, Chris, you're trying to get this to a vote, and the purpose of this is, I think, really kind of share where each one of us are so that we can potentially develop something that could be voted out of this council. I appreciate, Leonard, you asking the questions about the Policy Advisory Committee, and I just want to make sure that I'm really clear on that particular board as it existed prior to my time here on council. So we made the determination to get rid of the Policy Advisory Board when we brought on Kim Neal's office. Is that correct?
No, during COVID, we paused all the meetings with that group. Once we brought on Kim Neal's office as a city, and the discussion was about a potential oversight board, not realizing it would take this long, we continued to pause with that group until we were able to determine what was going to happen with the other.
And can you tell me who was on that Policy Advisory Committee and how are they appointed?
I did not serve on that board. I worked as part of the Chief Advisory Board, but not the Policy Committee. So I do not know.
Thank you, thank you. Does anyone here have any institutional knowledge as to how that happened?
Julie's coming up.
Thank you.
I'm not really sure how they were appointed, but there were different community members, faith lead, pastors, other community leaders. There was a couple educators. We can provide the information. We can go back and pull the history, tell you who was on that board if you like, and I think we even had like a kind of a SOP type guidelines.
Okay. But it's safe to say they were, without question, members of the community. How they were appointed, we're not sure, but
Yes,
it sounds
absolutely.
a lot like the folks that you just described here sound a lot like the folks that are described in this IR as the types of people that we would want to point to this committee. Is that, or this board, whatever we're calling
It
it?
wasn't that formalized.
Okay.
We had what I call hallway recommendations.
Okay.
Because at the time, we were under fire.
Okay.
And so it was not formalized, but it gelled nicely, and Fernando can add to it as well.
Okay. So that Policy Advisory Board worked.
We met and we discussed policy. We had presentations. The short time I was a part of it, they did make some recommendations, and we did make some minor changes. As for completely being formalized, like Councilman said, it wasn't done. We were in the process, and then I think that's when we had a discussion about the Office of Oversight. And so we talked about suspending it until we knew what the role was, because she was going to be reviewing policies and making recommendations as well.
That's fair. So what I'm hearing then is that we have a blueprint in this city for a board similar to what we're discussing here that we know has worked well in the past, correct? I think Gina, Councilwoman Bivens wants
Just trying
Fernando.
to add to the intellectual knowledge, Fernando can tell you all the different personalities and how sometimes it almost crashed.
For those watching, this is not normally an AIR. This is a full presentation. So sorry if you had expected us to go straight into work session. These are important questions.
Our understanding is consistent with what Chief Swearingen has just explained. I don't think that it was a formal board, and I don't think that it ever reached the stature that you're contemplating in the Accountability Board.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I was doing a little research for an item that we had during executive session today, and I ran across this particular document. And I want to read the quote here because I think it's really on point to what we're discussing here. It says, "The ability to observe the functions of government in general and the agents of government in particular is an essential component of the public's right under the First Amendment." That quote came from the International Association of Chiefs of Police document on recording police activity from 2015. And I think they could not be more correct in that we need to provide transparency and an opportunity for dialogue for our residents, regardless of what constituency or what community they represent. Chief, I heard you say that, and I've heard you say multiple times, that one of your goals as chief is to improve community trust. And that is certainly probably one of the hardest goals you could have set for yourself as chief, because that is multifaceted and takes a lot of work. What I've learned in this job is that however long a problem took to create, it takes sometimes just as long to unravel it. And so I don't anticipate the creation of this board or community groups in itself to repair that trust, but I think it is an opportunity for us to open dialogue with our residents. I think that you rightfully share some reservation, having seen other cities do it differently and other cities not be successful. I think that we can all agree on this table, regardless of who we represent or what our ideology is that we are not Austin. I mean, we don't operate as Austin. And I think we have enough former Austin staff sitting around this room to testify to that. So I don't want us to think because it didn't work someplace else that we can't set the standard, that we can't be the example for the rest of the country to see how one of these advisory boards can function. I think what is important is the mindset that we get into when we create this, whatever the outcome is that we don't see it as necessarily an adversarial process, but we see it as an opportunity to really engage in dialogue with our residents across this city so that we can improve. And so I really would like, I would challenge you to step into that mindset when we talk about this particular program. I heard Councilman Flores shared some concern about the legalities of what that would look like serving and how that could potentially open the city up to unwanted disclosure of information. And that's not an unwarranted fear for him to have. But I don't think it's one that should prevent us from moving forward in this process. You always, no matter what document you sign, there's always a potential for someone to not follow the rules. And I think we saw that several weeks ago when a member of the Fort Worth Police Department was terminated because they wrongfully used the CJIS system, and our district attorney brought charges against them. So it is a valid concern, but one that happens across the board, whether it's an advisory board or a police department, and we shouldn't let that stop us. We should put the safeguards we need in place. And if that means a very thoughtful and thorough consideration of how we limit confidential information or the charge that we give to this body, and how we limit it as to mitigate any unwanted disclosures. And quite frankly, anything, my biggest concern is that we would disclose something that could harm current operations of the Fort Worth Police Department. And so we would want to make sure that there's some sort of written policy or procedure in place that we aren't doing things concurrently or things that could jeopardize an ongoing investigation. I hear you that it does seem redundant to have Ms. Neal's office and this policy advisory board, but I would challenge you that I don't find that redundancy. We have Parks and Recreation Department staff, and we have a Park Board Advisory Committee. We have a great library staff, and we have a Library Board Advisory Committee. And I think that we should see this in large part as the same type of institution, one that really provides feedback to us, again, moving away from that adversarial role. And then that's all the lecturing that I'm going to do today, but I do have some comments on some specific data that I found in the IR and changes that I would like to see made for any recommendations moving forward. That being said, I've scanned Councilman Nettles' proposal. At first blush, nothing really jumped out at me. I do think it warrants a discussion over the term investigation and critical incidents and what that looks like for confidentiality. Yeah, and so I like the direction you're heading in that. I appreciate that. I think 15 is too many. I think that we get too many cooks in the kitchen and we won't have productive dialogue. I would like to see it appointed in the same way that we appoint any other board and commission here, by council, where it's one council office or one district, one appointee, because I think that's in consistency with the way that we've handled other advisory boards throughout the city, and I think this one should be no different. No felons. I think if the standard we should adopt is whether or not a person can serve on jury duty. If a person is able to serve on jury duty in the county in which we reside, Tarrant County, then they should be eligible to serve on this committee. If they are not eligible to judge one of their peers because of disqualification, I think they should not be eligible to judge what we do here at the City of Fort Worth and our police department practices and policies. Training. This is where I think we get it right, and this is where I think we can get it different from other cities. I want to talk about the staggered terms real quick because I think it is relevant to training in this aspect. I think the training needs to be much more robust and laid out and regimented than it is in the IR. I don't think that members should be able to sit on that board or vote, make any decisions on that board until they've completed a requisite amount of training. Whether, and what that tipping point is, whether it's all of the training or 2/3 of the training, I think that that should be a prerequisite, not one where we appoint them and then, give them the opportunity to sit on it for, an entire term before actually attending that training. And then for legal, I have one question as related to creating the bylaws and SOP. Do we have precedent in the city for other boards and commissions that we've created to create their own bylaws or SOPs, or has it typically been a charge of council and or legal to help develop those governing?
Well, I think our office is always involved in that. I mean, it's not completely independently created by the board. Our office would assist with that.
Okay. To the extent that bylaws and SOPs are created, I think the most important foundation in that SOP would be the charge from council. Whatever we decide to do, it needs to be very clear and unambiguous so that start on what we've got here. Some of the potential training exercises that we have listed here, I think should be required training exercises. We don't do anybody justice if we're not requiring these board members to conduct a ride-along with a police officer and sit in that seat and know what it's like when they pull up on a call, because you can sit in a classroom all day and you can watch video all day, but it certainly has a different feel when you're out there and you can sense that element of danger. And I think that that's a really important aspect of it. I think a day at the academy is worthwhile. And then I would like to see before any policy is reviewed, I think we owe it to our residents, we owe it to our police department, that specific training on that topic be conducted before the panel deliberates on that particular topic. So for example, if it is our policy on dealing with people with autism, we bring in our Fort Worth police expert, our subject matter expert, to provide the policy. We bring in someone from the outside, an expert in that field, to discuss intricacies of it, and then we allow them to deliberate. And I think that's key in making sure the decisions that come from this particular body are informed. And then the last thing that I just want to address is that my colleague, Mr. Firestone, had some questions about the ability to receive complaints through this particular board. And I don't think that, I think it's kind of a red herring to get mired down in that, because I can tell you that if someone sends a complaint to my office about a police officer, I hit reply and I provide them the link to your office. If someone comes to city council at public comment, and we've had before, to make a complaint about the way a Fort Worth police officer handled any situation, we typically point them to the nearest chief or assistant chief that's in the room to have y'all handle that situation. So I'm not really concerned with providing another avenue for that to be publicly addressed, because we provide so many of those avenues now.
And whatever time it takes to conduct an investigation is the time it takes to properly conduct an investigation against anyone in the city. And so I think that should not play any role in determining whether or not we need this particular body. And that's all I got.
Anybody else?
Mayor, I
Yes.
just want to thank you and David Cook for allowing us to have this conversation. Again, as you stated, this was an IR, not a presentation, but we was grateful to have this dialogue to see where our offices are and council members. And I look forward to sitting down with Carlos if there is some way we can get to a decision to support this. And even Firestone, there were some good questions that you had. So I look forward to working with you guys. And hopefully, it's my desire that maybe we can come back on the 1st with either another IR with some updates, maybe not a big discussion, but updates to all the concerns they added for a vote for November the 8th. Thank you.
I just wanted to say too, Mayor, that although I mentioned before a resolution, I did confer with the city attorney's office, and a resolution isn't needed, simply consensus by the council members on how it wants to proceed, if you want to proceed with the board and what those functions would be, and then a directive to the city attorney's office on drafting that ordinance.
Okay. Sounds good. Y'all ready to keep going?
Mayor,
Okay.
that concludes my report.
Well done, David. My computer is frozen. Just a moment. Okay, so now we're going to move to questions regarding city council MNC log for next week. Anything on that? Then we'll move to our planned renovation of the Fort Worth Museum of Science and History. I think Carla's going to kick us off, and Orlando Carvalho is here as well.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, invited guests. A quick show of hands for anyone with us today who has visited the Omni Theater in the Fort Worth Museum of Science and History at any time. Excellent, a fair number of you. So no doubt many of us have visited as children or with children, so today's presentation may be especially meaningful for some of you. Here to talk to us today about a presentation to renovate the Omni Theater space is Mr. Orlando Carvalho. He spent 38 years at Lockheed Martin, and he retired in 2018 as Executive Vice President. Now, he assured me that very few things could have pulled him out of retirement, but when the museum asked for his leadership, he was happy to step up. He assumed the current role as museum interim president in March 2022, and he said he's prepared to continue until a permanent president for the museum is identified, likely for the next 4 to 5 months. So as Orlando comes up to the podium, I will pass out hard copies of his presentation for all of you. Mr. Carvalho.
Thank you, Carla. Mayor Parker, Mayor Pro Tem Bivens, council members, Mr. Cook, thank you for the opportunity this afternoon to brief you on our project at the Science and History Museum to look at the renovation of the Omni Theater. By way of background, the theater was originally constructed back in the very early 1980s. It was opened in 1983. It was a theater that featured what was then state-of-the-art IMAX projection. So it gave you that large visual image on the dome using the 70-millimeter film that was recorded at the time by the IMAX company with their cameras and everything. Great experience. As you know, there are a number of these theaters around the country. Over the course of the 37 years that the theater has been open, it has hosted over 10 million visitors, approximately 300 to 350,000 visitors per year. And it's been a pillar for educational programs, entertainment. The museum had quite a bit of synergy in its programming with what it was featuring at the theater over the years. With the advent of the pandemic, the museum, of course, was closed. The theater also was closed. But unlike the museum that has since reopened and is now fully open, the Omni Theater has remained closed. And it has remained shuttered because of the state of the equipment, a loss of technical talent that knew how to operate the equipment during the time that the museum and the theater was closed, and an overall deterioration of the theater. which is why we're now looking at this renovation project to bring the theater back online again. So what is the theater renovation? So it is an effort to transform the Omni Theater really into a 21st century venue. It begins by the fact that we're going to replace the IMAX projection equipment with very much a leading edge LED-based 8K flat panel display technology. So like the flat panels that we've all become accustomed to in our homes and the conference rooms, think of that kind of technology in a dome that you'd be sitting in the Omni Theater. In addition, with that introduction of technology, we would also be using this renovation to achieve full compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. At the time the original theater was built, it was prior to that legislation. This is our opportunity to step up and now be in compliance with ADA, and you'll see some pictures of what that's going to look like in the renderings that we have. We're going to use it as an opportunity to modernize the infrastructure. 40-year-old building, so as you can imagine, ventilation, air conditioning, heating, electrical, mechanical, even a new roof is really needed right now for our theater. We're going to extend our outside entrance, which is to eliminate a congestion point that the theater experienced over the years, so an opportunity to correct that issue. Installed new seats. As you'll see in a later chart here, the current seats are a bit narrow, so we're looking at going to a wider seat and something that's more comfortable. We're going to also be installing a stage, and that's actually a very interesting point here because going to a digital dome, the theater and the venue now is going to be an interactive venue, not simply a place where you go and you sit down and you watch a film or watch a video, but in fact a place where we can have live web streaming, we can have a live video conference, we can have a guest speaker that's up on the dome that's coming from a different location. We can be displaying various videos, et cetera. So the opportunity for this to be a venue for lectures, for educational events, et cetera, expands exponentially with the technology that we're talking about using. And then, even though we're going to be replacing the IMAX equipment, we're actually going to be preserving the equipment in a way where we'll have a permanent exhibition for visitors who come to the theater to see what the original generation of IMAX equipment was or of Omni equipment was versus going to the digital dome. And I have the opportunity to show you a picture of what that might look like here. We believe, based on things that are going on around the country right now, that if we're able to move forward with this project, we will be the first LED digital dome in North America of this size. Others are looking at things that are a bit smaller, more flat as opposed to a dome. We would be the first dome of this size, and we believe it'll be a destination, a point of destination for people coming to Fort Worth. So a few pictures. Here's what the new foyer area will look like. You see in the bottom left there what the current foyer area looks like. So a much more inviting space, open space. For those of you who remember the theater, there's a ticket box office to the back there, which goes away since everything will now be done digitally with tickets and everything. And also, if you remember the old lobby of the theater, it had many different levels to it. Again, pre-ADA. We get rid of all that, we demolish all that, we replace it with a single level floor. So those with disabilities, wheelchairs, whatever, will now have full access to the entire lobby area, again, making it a much easier area to access. This is the pre-show area. So this is the area that you will come into as you wait to then actually enter into the theater. Again, you see at the bottom left there what it currently looks like, and you can see the multiple levels that that area has. Those multiple levels again go away, and we have a single level to be ADA compliant. But that IMAX equipment that you see in the bottom left there, that you can actually see through the current glass, will remain there and become a permanent exhibit. And not only will you be able to see the equipment, but you'll be able to see the reels of film that that equipment used, which are rather large. 70mm film stood about this high, and it was quite a sight. Of course, quite an effort also to mount those reels. But all that will stay there as a permanent exhibit together with some of the new flat panels to let people know what they're going to be seeing when they walk into the theater. This is what the theater is going to look like. It'll be a 300-seat theater, a little bit smaller in terms of seating from what we currently have. We're around 380, 390 seats. But with the wider seat that you see on the left there, gives us a few less seats, but not anything significant. You may also remember, if you've been to the theater, that the IMAX projector would actually come up into the middle of the theater. So there was a bit of a doghouse right in the middle of the theater there where you couldn't sit. All that, of course, goes away because we don't need that anymore. And now you have all this beautiful seating there that's available. You can see the stage area there at the bottom, some flat panels there for speaker notes for our speakers to use. Again, wheelchair accessible for ADA. But again, this will be really an incredible venue, you know, with the fact that by being digital, it has the potential to be very interactive, or the capability to be interactive. And that's kind of where this chart comes in. This really shows all the different things that we can do now with the new Omni. And I find it interesting that, I don't know what drove the original name, Omni, but whoever was the one who came up with that name, it was ingenious, because we really are Omni now with going to a digital dome. Whether it's documentaries, turning the Omni into a planetarium at times, given again the nature of the technology, the view that people will have of space in this theater will be outstanding. Lectures, immersive environments, doing remote events, and then even, you know, a fan favorite, which is always the flyover films, are the type of events that we can have here. So our belief at the museum is that not only will this, again, be an excellent complement to the programming that we do at the museum, but the ability to have a venue like this for private events, for local events, we believe is just a huge addition to our community. This gives you an idea of just the kind of content that's available to be shown digitally in this theater. This is taken from a website where if you were to go there today, there's over 250 available documentaries and films that we could feature here at the new Omni. So this is just a sampling of what's out there. By the time that we have this online, this number is going to continue to grow. New films are produced every year that will be added to this library. The other interesting point here is that where in the past, and working with Fort Worth ISD and working with local schools, the museum would communicate to the schools the shows that the museum had procured, and the schools would figure out whether that was convenient to what they were teaching and whether, therefore, a field trip made sense, et cetera. This is an opportunity to turn that discussion around. Instead of the museum deciding what should be shown, we now get to go to the school districts and say, here is the library of films and programs that are available. What would be of most interest to you? What would fulfill your teaching requirements and therefore allow your children to benefit from what we can show here? Because again, unlike the old IMAX, where you were talking about taking time to load film, unload film, et cetera, this, like on your iPads, is the click of a button to show a video. This is the schedule that we have for the renovation. It's approximately a year and a half, 18 months to complete the renovation. You can see in the top part there, the construction phase takes approximately a year from when we start to get the renovation completed construction-wise. You see the LED dome there, the procurement lead time of approximately 10 months, and then a window of about 6 months to get the installation complete here at the Omni on-site. And then once the dome is put in place, then there's some finishing work that has to be done, including putting the new seats in. So the seats can't go in until the dome is erected in the theater. So start to finish, we believe it's about 18 months, and that schedule has a little bit of margin in, so there's some possibility or opportunity here we might even get it done quicker. The budget that we have for this project, Byrne Construction is our contractor. Byrne actually built the original Omni, so we have gone to them again for doing this renovation. The pricing that you see there, the $9,292,000, is pricing that we received back in June, and at the time it was a guaranteed maximum price. Of course, that pricing has expired. Our belief is that there's probably about 5% of pressure on that number. So today that number is probably more like about 9.8 million. But we have not yet gone back to Byrne to get a new updated number until we know we have the money raised and are ready to start. The museum will be putting a contingency of 10% on that number. We have our architects, which are Bennett Partners, will be following the construction, which is what the $234,000 is there for. They've already completed all the design and drawings, which is the $554,000 that we have spent. And then the dome itself, this pricing of $9,086,000 is also going to be updated. And our expectation there is it's probably, similar to the construction, it's probably going to grow by around 5 to 8% for the procurement of the dome. Brings a total budget with these numbers of about $19.5 million. When you factor in some of the increases, it'll probably be a little bit closer to $21 million when we're done. We have raised approximately $4.3 million for the effort so far, but we have quite a few discussions underway with the community over where we think there are opportunities for the foundations and various individual donors that have been friends to the museum in the past. A pro forma, which obviously has quite a few numbers on it and a little bit of an eye chart to read. What I would ask you to do is take your focus down to the net income line there. You can see FY22 actually was not such a bad year for the museum. We had a positive net income of $1.2 million. However, and there is a however to that number, $1 million of that was the COVID money that we received for shuttered venues back at the beginning of the fiscal year. The museum fiscal year, by the way, is the same as the government fiscal year, so October to September. So we just closed FY22 here last month. So $1 million of that is the COVID money that, of course, we will not see again. And also, our fiscal 22, the museum was not fully open during that year. It was a slow opening over the course of calendar year 21. So when you take all that into account, those things allowed us to be positive. As you look at FY23, FY24, you see that we are income negative. However, as the Omni comes online, and if you look at the revenue, Omni ticket sales, et cetera, as the Omni comes online, the Omni significantly supplements the income of the museum. In fact, it effectively doubles the income of the museum, which historically was the case also when the Omni was open previously, and especially in its heyday. It essentially doubled the revenue that the museum had. With that positive net income, we'll be able to then pay off the line of credit that we have. We're currently drawing about $750,000 on that, but we do expect that line of credit draw to grow to about $3 million before we have a positive cash flow. And then we'll be able to draw that down. And of course, as you get out to the later years, then that surplus that the museum should be able to realize year over year will be reinvested back into the museum, grow the endowment, et cetera, and should allow the museum to be self-sufficient. So in closing, we believe at the museum this is very much a transformational step forward with the upgrade in the technology going digital. Not unlike 1983 when the original Omni was open, this is an opportunity for the Omni once again to be leading edge in its capability. The architecture and design complete. As the phrase goes, we are shovel ready. We are ready to kind of get going here. Our request to all of you is to help fund the capital costs of the procurement of the dome. Again, round numbers, that number is looking probably getting close to $10 million, and we're asking for $5 million or 50% of that. The city funds will be last money in. Our plan is not to start this renovation until we have all money raised, and that's something we'll continue to keep the city informed of. And we believe, as you saw with the pro forma, that once we have the Omni reopened, it allows the museum to, again, be self-sufficient as it was before and being able to manage its expenses. And as I also mentioned, we're actively working to raise remaining funding. In fact, in addition to talking with you here at the city, we're also talking with the county about potentially contributing to the renovation. And the county is very interested in doing that. We have more discussions to have with them, and of course, the county is also interested in seeing what the city chooses to do here. But we expect that the county will also be helpful. So, as the takeaway says at the bottom of the chart, we believe that with a digital Omni, that we really will be an educational cornerstone here for Fort Worth, the greater community, Tarrant County, as we were once in the past. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Gina?
fantastic presentation. Nothing less expected from a guy from Lockheed, so.
Thank you.
An interesting fit there. I've got a couple of observations to share and a question. First, I'll let you know, you are looking at one of the first donors of the Police and Firemen's Memorial Wall, and I'm proud that I was one of the first donors. Now, that sounds real braggadocious. I only gave $25, but it gives me bragging rights. And I share that with you so that you can spread your marketing, because you never know who may be willing to donate. One thing I'd like to see on that screen is Wakanda, and I'd like to see Jurassic Park, and believe it or not, a city council meeting. And that would be great for Interactive Live, and we could just scare everybody on that big old screen. Yeah, I forgot about that. We have to get some high-def makeup to make that happen. But on a serious note, I am curious about your MWBE participation. I didn't see those dollars on there. Are you able to address that? Carlo, anybody?
Yeah, I'm sorry, ma'am. So your question is about
Minority
the contractor?
participation.
Oh, minority. So we're using Byrne Construction to do the renovation.
Okay.
Frankly, I'm assuming that as part of Byrne's approach to these things, that they, engage in that.
My grandfather retired from Byrne. Their VP is he's my representative for Trinity Metro, but we're going to have to dig a little deeper because there are ways to bring about more minority participation. And we can get with Carlo and maybe get some ideas. There's an East Side restaurateur, Mama Gina is her name, got this outstanding contract at Will Rogers Auditorium. Is that right, Christina? And so, Carlo, I'd like for you to get with Christina, because that one contractor won't be the answer to all. And I think Christina will help. But this is a very exciting project for me. And I remember the sound just booming all throughout my body. I have no problems losing seats because we're all bigger now. So, but fantastic presentation, and I'm excited about things to come.
And ma'am, I'll be happy to also directly engage with Byrne about your question, about their the approaches they take, how they bid this out, and making sure that all the representation is there.
That'll be good, and I do expect Carlo and Christina to get together too, and they'll give you some other feedback. Byrne's a fantastic company. My granddad died with a whole bunch of money thanks to them, so.
I have one quick question, and it's probably more appropriate for staff. What's the funding source for the city's portion of these dollars?
So like what we did with Juneteenth, we are using our available debt capacity and/or the community partnership money. Now, that we only appropriate about $775,000 a year, but we'll look at the right combination over the next few years as we deal with Juneteenth, as we talk about this one. And there's 2 other projects out there that are looking for capital money too.
Leonard.
Great, thank you. Wonderful presentation, Orlando, and I think it is just worth taking a moment to give you a real shout out for your leadership here. I think without it, we would be nowhere close to considering something like this. We took you off the beach, so to speak, or off the lake, as it may be. And it's a phenomenal thing that you are doing for the city. But importantly, I think to understand what that means is not only building a great asset for the city, but with this, you will be responsible for affecting the lives of tens of thousands of people. In all kinds of educational and entertainment ways out into the future. And so our thanks is really with you and the leadership you've displayed, and the team, of course, at the museum. So we're very grateful to you. One question, I think, on just the money side of things. Do you have to have all the money in the bank, so to speak? Or can you get commitments and, move forward with commitments, say, from foundations and others not knowing what their fiscal year looks like, or how they're going to fund ultimately?
I would say more the latter. As long as we have the commitments in place, from the very specific sources, whether it be foundations or individual donors or whatever, and with those commitments would be a payment schedule, when we would expect to receive, the contribution over time. With that information, we believe then we can bring that to the bank that we use, which is Plains Capital, and then we can use that with Plains then to get an appropriate construction loan in place to be able to then take care of financing the project.
Okay, and I would guess your gap right now with maybe an estimate of some of the increases in expenses is about 11 million. Is that fair?
Yeah, I've been using 10 or 11 right now between, the ask that we have here with the city, something that we hope would be commensurate from the county, together with the money we've raised, kind of looking at probably about a $10 million gap to close, which internally we have a plan on how to close that. Again, in the going out to the community and talking to the various foundation and individuals that have supported the museum in the past.
Okay, thank you. I know it'll get done. And again, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Somebody had, it was you. Sorry, Carlos.
Mr. Carvalho, thank you for the presentation. When we first met virtually, and you stepped me through all the various, aspects of the project, including, any gaps in the funding that you foresee. Overall, very satisfied and very encouraged that we're taking this needed step. The digital technology is really going to bring a lot of flexibility, to the Omni Theater. Imagining virtual meetings there, and the ease of which I think the technology is serviceable. Having those magnetically attached LED panels makes it really easy, to take one offline in case it needs servicing or replacement. So, support you in this direction. Thank you.
And thank you. And what I would add, Carlos, is that last week I had the opportunity to actually go out to Salt Lake for the first time and go to the demonstration center where they have not a full dome, but they have a pretty large screen built there by the company that produces the dome. And so we saw the 10-inch by 10-inch panels that easily come off the frame and go back on. The flat panels are actually held to the frame by magnets. So they're not like bolts or fasteners or anything. So their maintenance is very simple. And but the capabilities that they demonstrated to us while we were there, which we had requested a number of scenarios for us to take a look at, was just outstanding, just absolutely outstanding. And there's no question in any of our minds that when we have the new Omni back online again, and as everyone becomes familiar with what this can do, we believe that the demand for this venue is going to be sky high.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Jared?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, one, for briefing me in advance, but also, again, for coming to present today. I am fully supportive of this. It takes me back to my childhood memories going to the Omni Theater, which is probably why I became a scientist down the road watching dinosaur movies at the Omni Theater. So I just want to say congratulations on the progress today, and I think the plan is great and look forward to continuing to support it. And I'm excited about, the opportunity that this new theater will lend itself to many generations of our young neighbors for years to come. So thank you for what y'all are doing.
Oh, thank you, Jared.
That's all, council? Awesome. Thank you, Orlando.
Yeah,
Great presentation. We're very excited. Okay, next up, council, is Michael Henning, GKN Aerospace.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Michael Hennig, Economic Development Department. So the purpose of this presentation is to discuss a proposed economic development program agreement with GKN Aerospace. GKN develops and produces manufacturing technologies related to materials, engines, and other technologies that are used in the aerospace industry, including by several firms who are located here in Fort Worth. They are based in the United Kingdom, employing more than 15,000 individuals throughout the world, including 38 manufacturing sites in 12 countries. Fort Worth is being looked at as part of a national site search, and they've really zeroed in on Fort Worth as the preferred site for a global technology center. The Global Technology Center would be the location that would house really all of their R&D activity for North America. As part of the proposed project, they are looking to find approximately 100,000 square feet of space, and they're projecting north of $40.5 million in R&D costs over just a 5-year period. The location of the proposed site would actually be just north of the Naval Air Station, near Loop 820. This gives you a sense of the proposed improvements that they're looking at for the space that they're considering. And what's really made Fort Worth competitive as part of this project is the use of what is still a relatively new incentive tool available to the city, which is its R&D tax credit program. It's a form of a 380 agreement that allows the city to provide economic development grants that are based on a portion of a company's annual R&D expenses. And so this new program, which was created in response to the 2019 economic development strategy, has allowed us to compete for exactly this kind of a project. As part of the proposed terms of the agreement, the company would, of course, be committing to locating its Global Technology Center here in Fort Worth by no later than the end of 2024. And as part of the proposed project, the company would be committing to a minimum of $4 million in annual R&D costs. So that would be approximately $20 million in minimum R&D costs over just a 5-year period. Although, as I said, they are projecting to be well over $40 million during that time period. The company is also committing to a minimum of $4.5 million in real improvements to the project site, and that would include a minimum 15% commitment toward hard and soft costs that would go to business equity firms. And then likewise, the company is committing to $12.5 million toward business personal property tax, as well as a minimum 100 new jobs by the end of year 5. And given the fact that this project involves so much R&D, it would not surprise most to know that it really brings high-wage jobs along with it. These are engineering jobs, and the minimum average salary that is being committed to as part of this project would be a minimum of $125,000. In return, the City of Fort Worth staff is recommending that the city enter into an economic development program agreement utilizing this R&D Credit 380 program in order to be able to provide grants that are based on up to 25% of eligible annual R&D costs associated with the project over a 5-year period. Those grants will be delivered to the company or to an assignee over up to a 15-year period. And ultimately, these grants are applied to new incremental property taxes that either the company produces or an assignee of these grants produce. And so staff is recommending that the amount of the grants over that period be capped at $7 million, which is based on that estimated $40.5 million in annual R&D, in total R&D costs over that 5-year term. But to generate these grants under this program, the company or either individually or in association with their assignees would need to produce at least $91.6 million in new property taxes to be able to support those grants. And so just to sum up, the program is really targeted toward that commitment of a minimum of $20 million in total R&D costs for the Global Technology Center. And based on performance of the project, the company could earn up to $7 million, again, based on the amount that they are spending in this performance period on verified R&D costs. So staff is recommending that council consider this agreement, and the M&C for consideration will be brought forward on October 25th. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Michael? I know we seem tired, Michael, but this is very exciting, and I know many years in the making to you and Robert and the entire team to making R&D even possible to bring this forward. So we're very hopeful, and all of us around the table are committed to helping get GK in here in Fort Worth. So thank you very much. Congrats. It's your birthday, right? Our next item, council, is to Chief Neil Noakes' update on implementation of recommendations from the police expert panel.
Mayor and council, thank you for the opportunity to give an update on the expert panel recommendations. So when we saw the presentation from the expert panel, they broke down the recommendations in different groups: use of force and accountability, crisis intervention, recruitment and diversity, promotions and appointments, search warrants, and community policing. And actually on the city's website is the entire report that was given by the panel of experts and the draft response that we submitted as well, as far as changes that have already been made and changes that we're working on going forward. So we're going to give an overview now. All of those are available, let me say again, for your review and public view online on the city's website. Use of force and accountability is one of the most important things we wanted to look at. I know it's important to the department, it's important to you, and it's important to our communities. Some of the things we've done: we've strengthened our general orders. We now have our duty to intervene and duty to report general order, which requires officers to intervene if they see another officer engaged in inappropriate conduct or use of force, and then they are required to report that to a supervisor as well. De-escalation is a big part of all we do when it comes to our use of force training now. There was a time when de-escalation was more of a standalone class. The fact of the matter is, if we want de-escalation to be part of the culture, it has to be interwoven into all of our use of force training to make sure officers understand how important it is. In addition, we also have our de-escalation policy in our general orders that requires de-escalation to be used. It also requires supervisors to go to the scene of incidents that might become potentially violent to make sure officers are de-escalating as appropriate. We increased our internal affairs staffing by 6 sergeants. This was done, as we discussed a little bit earlier, because of the need for more personnel to fully investigate the cases that we had. Also, we found it beneficial to have sergeants, which is a higher rank than corporal, to be able to investigate cases that might involve higher ranking officers. Our force analysis unit was created with 5 lieutenants. That was done to provide more consistency in reviews, to allow us to do more reviews of use of force and what they're looking for when they make these reviews: justification for the force, if de-escalation was attempted, compliance with policy, consistency with training. Since this force analysis unit has been created, they've already reviewed 725 reports. ABLE training. This is something that we're seeing across the country, something I've had a lot of conversations with Ms. Kim Neal about as well. It's something we are bringing to the department. What ABLE stands for is Active Bystandership for Law Enforcement. So we have a duty to intervene and a duty to report policy. But let's institute the training and the culture we need within the department to make sure those things actually happen. This is, again, a nationally known program. It's one that is free to the city, but there are steps that we have to go to prove that we and the city are committed. We are in that application process right now. We plan to start planning classes early 2023. Use of force and accountability. This is just to give a little bit of perspective on uses of force versus the number of encounters that officers have, the number of calls for service that officers have to respond to a citizen's call. So out of almost 232,000 calls for service, we've had 11,415 arrests, and force was used in 1,517, which comes to a total of about 0.65 of the calls for service that the officers actually experienced. So although I know in this report, there were some things that were said that were quite damning towards our department about conduct of officers, but I also want you to understand the scope and the scale when it comes to the number of interactions we have with citizens, the number of times we are called, another number of times force is even used, and these include when force was justified. Our crisis intervention team has been incredible. Another team we're increasing with the new budget, as well as our HOPE team, our homeless outreach team. Some of the things we've done, the Morris Foundation provided grant money for us to train all of our police officers to become mental health peace officers. The training is being provided to all eligible officers. When I say eligible officers, there is a system, there are prerequisites, there are things officers have to take first before they can take this mental health peace officer class. Everyone in the academy goes through crisis intervention training, but they'll have to take another class before they're able to take the mental health peace officer training. So as soon as possible, we're getting all of our officers in there and making sure they're trained up the best they possibly can be to deal with those who may be in mental health crisis.
Chief, before you leave that slide, could you do me a favor and explain to folks what that particular voluntary registrant program is that you're working on, and do you have a time frame of when we think that might be implemented? I think it's a really cool program.
I'll go ahead and jump to that one right now.
Thanks.
So there's certain information that is protected that we can't force people to give us and we can't share. But if there's a family who has someone within their household who maybe has disabilities, someone who is suffering from autism, someone who may be suffering from something that would maybe cause a potentially awkward interaction with an officer, we would like to know that. Because what we want to do is be able to provide our officers with the best information they can possibly have so that when they show up on scene, we have a successful outcome. So say it is someone who is autistic. That family can let us know what their triggers are. Maybe they don't like to be touched. So when an officer shows up on scene, and the family can even show a picture, so if that person goes missing, or to make it easier for officers to identify that person when they arrive, if they understand, well, this person is autistic, this person does not like to be touched, they can approach that situation the best way possible and talk with the individual rather than trying to put hands on them in any way. We're really excited about this. We want to work with Renee to make sure we do the best we can to get the messaging out to the community. And I'm going to look back and see, I don't know the actual rollout date. Does anyone? We'll get that to you, council member, but I do not know that yet. We're very excited about it. It's going to be a way for us to serve the community even better and to make sure we show the respect and dignity to those who may be dealing with developmental disabilities in our city.
One more before you step off of the slide. And I know this through my service on the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center Advisory Board, that we're not using, we collectively, not just City of Fort Worth, but Tarrant County as a whole, there's a lot of additional capacity in that facility. And we kind of, around that table, came to the consensus that it was really lack of knowledge of how it works and the resource that it is to officers. And so you don't have to give me an answer today, but I'd like to know what we're doing to make sure that all of our officers know that that exists and they can use it, and that it actually takes them about 5 minutes to drop them off as opposed to 2 hours in the jail. And so if you could bring back maybe an IR on where we are in training for that.
One of the best things, I think, the most recent things that was done, the district attorney's office is part of a group that meets monthly or every 2 months for law enforcement executives in the county. She brought a training video that she was proposing to send out to all of our agencies to make sure officers did understand. This is quick, it's easy, and it's an opportunity to set someone up for success rather than putting them into the criminal justice system. We gave some feedback, some things we would like to change, the things we thought they did really well, so they compiled that video now for all agencies in Tarrant County to show their officers. It's a quick video, it doesn't take long, and that's one of the things it points out. This is a quick process. It could actually save time and get officers back in service more quickly.
I will tell you that also the folks at the Jail Diversion Center are really proud of their program and are willing to come to roll calls or other places where you've got a group of officers meeting, they came out to an MPO breakfast that I hosted and did that for my MPOs, and I think it was a really beneficial process, so keep them in mind as well too, just in that resources.
Thank you, that's actually a great resource. Maybe I connect with you later and get that contact. Just a couple other things. We have expanded our crisis intervention team, and we're expanding again. And something some people may not know about yet is the new 988 rather than 911 number, that those who are in mental health crisis or feel they may be about to be in crisis can call to receive mental health resources. You're not calling the police, you're calling the people that you need to talk to receive mental health resources. This was actually something mandated by Congress, I believe in 2020. July of this year is when it actually went live. We're training all of our communications employees now so that if we do receive a call at 911 that actually fits better with what 988 offers, we can divert those calls to 988 as well.
Chief, I have a question. On this new 988 number, how have we rolled that out to the community? That's your question. And have we worked with, I mean, we have mental health organizations already now that know where their mental health patients are. Have we sent out a notice directly to them to kind of give that information out?
Well, My Health, My Resources is extensively involved in this, and they're actually looking at expanding their staffing to be able to accommodate the calls that are going to come in. So they're involved from day one. They've been involved, and we can definitely talk with Renee, see if there's other ways we can push this out. We have pushed this out on our social media accounts, but this may be something that needs to be sent over and over and over again.
Chief, I just Googled call 988, hoping I could find a flyer or something to share. And so it's not one here, and I know this isn't your website, but if we can get anything to help, we will push it out. And I think when you've got council members working with you, we can get to some people, but it's the suicide prevention hotline apparently who owns it. And I'll keep digging, but if you get something quicker, just get it to us, because as you know, I had a shooting in my district recently. And to your credit, I think it's important that I felt good to hear the mother not blame police. She told the media, my son had a problem and I'm not upset with police. And apparently someone there handled it as best as possible, but it still ended with a fatality. So 988 is very important.
Absolutely.
Just,
Yes, sir.
seems like that's just a natural PSA, right? On
Yeah.
billboard, television, radio.
Yeah.
We should
We can help
follow
get
up
that
with
out.
Renee on that. For
Mhm.
sure. That's easy.
Holidays coming, people are going to be depressed.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, you're right.
Yeah.
Recruitment and diversity, here's some of the things that we're trying to do, because we know we don't accurately reflect the communities that we serve in the Fort Worth Police Department, and we're working to make sure we change that. One of the things we'll do is go to different universities and colleges, different organizations, different fairs, the Texas A&M Commerce, Weatherford College, Fort Worth TCC College, worked with 105.3 and Panther City Barbecue on an event. I went to the TCSO, Tarrant County Sheriff's Office Career Fair. We've worked with Fort Worth ISD on college and career nights, UTA, Crowley Career Fair, and one of the most recent ones is Paul Quinn College. I was at an event about a month and a half ago where I spoke on a panel with Eddie Garcia, the chief in Dallas. And even with the beard, somebody thought I was Chief Garcia. We had Chief Al Jones from Arlington, and former DPD chief, now Chicago Superintendent David Brown was there, and we spoke on a panel on diversity and ways we can increase diversity and support our diverse communities. So while there, I spoke with someone about recruiting, and I just happened to mention it in an executive staff meeting, and of course, our new community partnership deputy chief, without me even asking, the next day drove out to Paul Quinn, made connections. So we're working on some very intentional recruiting at our most local HBCU that we want to replicate at others.
Chief, I'm glad to hear you say HBCU. What I would like to see is a real plan for Fort Worth PD recruiting at HBCUs, not just the ones who are around here. When Maddie and I were at a ribbon cutter today for Rocket Ship, and the idea of HBCUs just flowing all through the campus, and others as well. But we really need to focus on HBCUs. Councilmember Nettles sent me a picture not long ago And it was showing the diversity or lack thereof. He may choose to elaborate, I don't know. But we've got to get to the HBCUs. I didn't have that experience, but I know Jared did, and I know he can help. But I don't want us just to go to a black college because it's around the corner or something like that. We really got to get a plan. And whatever it takes to help Julie, she knows I'm willing to help. But we need to, if we really want to get more officers of color, we got to go to the HBCUs.
That is exactly what we'll do. You're exactly right, Mayor Pro Tem. And this is not just a recruiting topic. This is also a topic for our new Deputy Chief Hudson, who's working with the community partnerships because he's already got connections. We're talking about working with the Divine Nine to do everything we can to bring in the right resources so we don't just show up with some pamphlets. We show up with relationships. We show up with others who have been there and done that, aren't actually serving in police agencies, specifically ours. But that plan is being crafted. That's part of what we're having Deputy Chief Hudson and Assistant Chief Swearingen work on.
Well, I'm a Divine Niner too, so I'll know how quick we get there.
Absolutely. Well, we love the assistance as always. Yes, sir.
I'll add on to that, Chief. You know, I'm happy to help as well. As a proud alum of an HBCU, Fort Valley State University has a great criminal justice program. I'd be happy to facilitate any kind of context for the team on that. And same with me being a Divine Nine, like the Alphas are always ready. We are Fort Worth's favorite frat, so we'd be happy to help in that regard as well. I don't think Chief Hudson would like me saying that, but we'll still work with him.
You got William over here grumbling.
I will also add, while I appreciate this as an important step to diversifying our workforce, I would also add that I think it's equally important to diversify at mid-management at senior leadership levels as well. This is a great tool for getting entry-level police officers, but I also think I would like to see at least a strategy for how we look at promoting diverse talent within the department and then also recruiting externally to some of our senior leadership positions as well.
Absolutely. We would absolutely welcome you if you'd like to attend some of these events with us. It's one thing for us to show up and promote ourselves, but to have others there, and quite frankly, for young people to see a city council that supports the department and actually is encouraging members of the community to become part of our department could be huge.
I gotta say, let's take a trip to Fort Valley State University. I'll go with you on that one, and I'll give you the all access pass. I used to be a former Mr. Fort Valley State University, so they roll out the red carpet. But seriously, I would love to go on trips with y'all. Just let's schedule that out, and I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Just a couple of other things to point out quickly. Human Resources does sit on the recruitment review board, and Ms. Neal's office monitors our oral review boards for equity and recruiting recommendations. Here's our recruitment and diversity, and quite frankly, this shows where we are lacking. If you look at the big blue line, white males, which is not a shock, I'm sure, to anyone here. We have had some increases in some of our minority representation. Hispanic representation is up 3%, Asian 0.02%, women up by 1%, but look at the African-American representation, no change at all. Which again, is why we have to focus on HBCUs. We have to focus on where we're going to make sure we are reaching the communities we need to reach. And back to what you said before, Councilmember Williams, one of the things we're trying to do, we understand representation matters. It does. When I'm making selections, I'm picking the best people to do the job the best way they can. But if you'll notice, the group that I brought up here earlier for the newest appointments to our executive staff, I've been told with those additions, this is maybe the most diverse executive staff we've ever had in the Fort Worth Police Department. And I hope that shows that we have so many qualified, so many capable leaders in our department who do represent those communities, who are being recognized and rewarded for their efforts. Hope it shows others they can do the same. Promotions and appointed ranks. This is, I don't believe this represents the most recent changes we made with the appointments we just had, but this also showed why we are happy to see the appointments we have most recently made to our executive ranks. Search warrants were a big issue too. After what happened in Louisville, there was a really big issue with no-knock warrants. There was a time that no-knock warrants were fairly standard at Fort Worth PD. For instance, in 2019, 90 no-knock warrants were served in Fort Worth. Mid-2020 through early 2021, we paused that. We saw the concern. We saw why there's a reason for us to review what we were doing here in Fort Worth to make sure we didn't have a tragedy like they saw, unfortunately, in Louisville. So what we've done, we have not completely taken away the ability for no-knock warrant. There are situations where they may be necessary, and really, off the top of my head, I think a hostage situation. And we've actually had that happen in Fort Worth before. But if you're talking a standard warrant for narcotics, someone with misdemeanor warrant, some felony, we're not going to do the no-knock warrants where we have dynamic entry and officers pouring in. Quite frankly, drugs aren't worth it. It's not worth someone's life. So what we've done is we've made it much more strict for when they can be used. We've also set up a process where the lieutenant over SWAT will make a tactical decision on whether or not he or she believes that is a good tactic to serve that warrant, but then it has to go all the way up to the deputy chief of tactical command to receive approval before it can be served. Daytime hours. Again, we are not saying that we could never serve a warrant at night because there are times where it might be necessary. But we're working on policy right now with the SWAT unit to put in our policy where, as a rule, unless there are factors that dictate otherwise, warrants will be served during the day. Community policing. We did create the Community Safety Partnership, which we've had around for over a year, almost a year and a half now. And new Deputy Chief Roy Hudson will be over that unit. What that unit is about is intentionally creating partnerships, creating relationships in the community with nonprofits, with any organization that might be able to provide resources to our community. And they've been doing great work already. I'm really excited to see under the leadership of Deputy Chief Hudson what they do going forward. We're also going to be recruiting and hiring our communications coordinator, which will be sharing both internal and external communications within and outside of our department. We're going to continue to collaborate with Dr. Del Carmen as we review and implement the panel's recommendations. There are some we have not completed, such as the ABLE training. The process is already going forward, but there's some other steps that have to be taken before it's finalized. It is our goal to provide you, the Mayor and City Council, with regular updates as we move forward. I'd gladly take any questions.
Questions, Council? Jared?
I would just say, well, first of all, thank you for providing this presentation. I think it was timely given the, presentation that we got from Dr. Del Carmen. I would just say in terms of the updates, I would like to be updated quarterly on just progress that we're making towards that. I think over communication's better than maybe doing it less frequently in a year. And so I just wanted to offer that. Thank you for making that recommendation. I would love to stay abreast on how we're moving on the recommendations from the panel.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Chief, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next presentation is Fire Collective Bargaining Agreement, Valerie Washington.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sorry, it took me a minute to get out of my cords and things like that. So Tara, it took me a minute to get up here. I appreciate having an opportunity to talk to you about the Fire Collective Bargaining Agreement. I have Chief Davis here with me, who is my partner in crime through this effort. And just before, we have a team that's going to come up and walk through the proposed agreement. I just want to start off and say that it was a collaborative effort. Working on a collective bargaining agreement takes a lot of time. Again, collaboration. We spent, I don't think I'd be exaggerating to say hundreds of hours in meetings between negotiating and also working internally with our team to make sure we were all prepped. We spent a considerable amount of time with Chief Davis and his executive leadership team, making sure we understood fire department operations and policies. So we were really making good decisions at the bargaining table. We literally reviewed, I think, every single word in the agreement. We took it seriously and looked at it from both an operational standpoint. We had Christina Brooks on the team from Diversity and Inclusion. So we had an equity lens. We had Deanna and her team from HR on the involved with us as well. So we had a good HR lens as we were working through things. And I'm just really proud of the efforts. And wanted to give Chief Davis just a few minutes to talk about our efforts before we dig into the presentation.
Thank you. Mayor, members, Council, Mr. Cook, I'll just be real brief. I know it's been a long day for you. I think that the collective bargaining agreement with the association is the core principles of good labor management relationship and affords an opportunity to set the stage for managing and moving forward the division of fire for the next 4 years. So I want to personally thank not just the local involved, but as Val said, HR, the city attorney's office, finance, and everybody that came to the table to actually have good dialogue that not necessarily did everybody agree with the conversation, but it helps to set the stage for what the future growth of the city is going to look like and how the fire division is going to continue to meet that need. So there is not probably one single document that is the fire chief is more important to my labor management relationship with the association and trying to maintain some form of harmonious relationship, and I appreciate your consideration here today.
And as we walk through this, I do want to say that, I mean, we fussed and cussed throughout this process. We had some really difficult meetings internally and with the local. There are some issues, and we think this is a very good, solid agreement. I do want to say that in 4 years, we will be back with additional issues we want to cover. One thing that we weren't successful in through this negotiating process was looking at the use of an assessment center to help with the promotional process and make sure that we have a multi-dimensional process available for participants. We battled that one behind the scenes, and we just weren't successful, but we're going to continue to work on that. So just as you go through this, know that there were some bumps and bruises, but we're really coming forward with a good product. In the presentation, I'll do just a quick introduction, and then Chris Trout will walk through the actual changes to the CBA agreement that we're proposing. Mark Rauscher will go through some of the fiscal elements, and Harold Cates as well from HR will lead the presentation. We wanted to start with just a quick slide that walks through the history, and mainly to show that we are on our 4th collective bargaining agreement. And as it notes, it started back in 2007 when the voters went to the polls and voted in to have collective bargaining. And again, since then, we are negotiated our 4th agreement. When we started our negotiation process, we worked closely with the city manager to make sure that we had guiding principles in place, and just wanted to share those with you. We wanted to make sure that we can recruit and retain the best firefighters. And we want to make sure we're competitive in the Metroplex. We want to provide and train and properly equip our firefighters so they enjoy coming to work here. We keep them safe and they can go home to their families. We want to make sure there's advancement opportunities. And then from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, we had a set amount of money set aside for this. We had anticipated about 4%. So it was important when we went to the bargaining table that we shared that with the local, and we really used that box of 4% to help us through the bargaining process. The agreement that we're going to talk to you about has a term date of October 26th and would expire on September 30th, and will have an evergreen period. In this slide, I really wanted to take a minute to thank everyone that was a part of the negotiating team. It's really hard to visually display a big team, but I would appreciate if everyone in the audience that was part of the collective bargaining team just to stand up to show the mayor and council your involvement in this process. Like I said, it was truly hands on deck, and I don't even think the full team is here. So we had resources from IT as well, making sure we were making good decisions through the process. So I thank everyone that was a part of our team. And with that, I will turn it over to Chris Trout to walk you through the non-wage changes. Chris, do you want to come over to this podium?
Can I borrow it? You have a hard copy. I knew you'd have.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Valerie, Mayor, and Council. Again, I am Chris Trout with the City Attorney's Office, and I served as the legal advisor throughout this collective bargaining process. And just for everyone's benefit, the collective bargaining process is set out in the local government code in Chapter 174. And it allows a city and a police or fire organization to come up with enter into an agreement that sets working conditions, economic benefits, et cetera, that may be different than what is already in Chapter 143 for civil service. Let's try this. There we go. All right, first thing I want to talk about there is overtime and daily staffing. We didn't make a lot of changes to actual overtime provisions in the collective bargaining agreement. So just wanted to talk about a couple things we did do. We clarified how vacation relief can be used by the fire department. Vacation relief is a situation where if there's a vacant position because someone's on leave, sick leave, or taking a vacation day, that position can be filled by someone who is like a floater, who can work at that station on that day without having to fill it with an overtime position. We set the minimum daily staffing as of September 30th of this year at 248, and that is a change from the old agreement, or the current agreement, which had the minimum daily staffing at 240. The difference, of course, being we've opened a couple of fire stations since the current agreement went into effect. And the numbers you see on the right-hand side, it takes 236 people to staff all of the fire stations in the city. The other positions are also minimum daily staffing needs, and that's how you get to the total of 248 per day. The vacation and holiday leave article in the CBA, we made changes to increase the minimum number of vacation slots for use by 2. We added 2 for this fiscal year and then 2 more in fiscal year 2024. And vacation slots are the number of available vacation days that anyone in the fire department in operations can take. And when those vacation slots are full, typically that's it. Nobody else can get vacation for that particular day. So as I said, there will be a total of a minimum of 40 daily vacation slots starting in fiscal year 2024. One of the changes we made was that firefighters who are not scheduled to work on a holiday but are called in to work or volunteer to work on the holiday will receive a premium pay of 2 times their regular rate of pay for the work they perform on the holiday. We also updated language to reflect a 9th recognized holiday with the addition of Juneteenth. The hiring and staffing article, we went through some changes. We added a probationary review process for recruits and then actually probationary firefighters, the ones that are hired and trained after this new CBA is signed. So the old process of the probationary period lasting 1 year after a firefighter is commissioned, that still applies to current firefighters. But those who are hired and trained after this new CBA is signed, they will be under the new process where the probationary period is not going to be 1 year anymore. It's going to be the completion of 100 24-hour shifts. And at certain periods during that 100-hour shifts, the firefighter's performance is evaluated by his supervisors. We also added that probationary firefighters, after their commission date, when they're actually functioning firefighters, they will be eligible to use any type of leave that they have accrued. We had limits on that in the current CBA, but those were broadened to allow them to use any kind of leave that they have. The staffing standards article was clarified to regarding the ability of each particular station. Each apparatus can be run with 3 persons instead of the regular 4 for up to 5 hours once daily per apparatus if one of the firefighters who is scheduled to work that day has to leave for training or a personal reason, again, for up to 5 hours. That station can run, or that apparatus can run with 3 persons rather than having to bring someone in for that 5 hours of overtime. We made changes to the chaplain program. We clarified that there will be at least one firefighter who will be appointed to serve as the chaplain. Actually, one firefighter is the chaplain. The chaplain program can have other individuals, and the chaplain does not necessarily have to be a full-time position. The other support members that can be part of the chaplain program can be members of city staff or even outside consultants, counselors, social workers, and the like. It also provides that the chaplain can use a city vehicle if it is available and get mileage if it's not. The discipline and grievance articles, we added some language to the discipline article that makes it clear that a firefighter will not be able to receive back pay or the ability to go to the Civil Service Commission under specific circumstances when that firefighter was temporarily suspended without pay. In the grievance article, we added a step 3 review process so that the city manager will have an opportunity to review the situation and provide a proposed resolution prior to the association opting to arbitrate. The health and safety articles, we added that firefighters must annually obtain a physical examination, and that examination is paid for by the city. We added a $250 personal protection equipment allowance for each firefighter, and that's paid at the beginning of each year. And we added a provision allowing a firefighter who, at the end of their career, if they're in good standing, they can retain their helmet and their badge. And if they are in the arson or bomb unit and still in good standing when they leave, they may purchase their duty weapon through a process that's set out in the Texas Government Code. We added some language about economic indicators, and we added an economic indicator review process to look at funding availability under really significantly dire economic conditions, if those should ever happen. And those are set out in the agreement. 2 or more of these 3 items here have to occur in successive years for there to trigger the economic indicator review, and that's new growth of less than 1%, taxable values attributable to reappraisals less than 2.5% compared to the prior year, or sales tax net collections at 0 or declining growth for 2 quarters. If the economic indicator language is triggered, then the negotiations will be reopened as to compensation. Other changes that we made in the management rights article, we clarified that the management has the right to staff and equip the fire department as the chief and his staff feel are necessary to run the department. We refined the civilian positions that may be used in the fire department. In the maintenance of standards article, the fire department has agreed to place their departmental rules in an easily accessible location on the fire department intranet, but that we also added that the unintentional failure to post a policy does not render it unenforceable. And then a significant change, which I think speaks to Chief Davis's point about good labor management relations. The union president will be in a full-time union president position within the fire department, and that person will be in a non-exempt 40 hours a week staff role, similar to how we have it in the police with the Police Officers Association. That union president is a full-time union president. Other fire changes, other CBA changes, we added language to the payroll deduction article that allows the association to make an assessment of their members that can be taken from payroll deduction for one-time events that they need money for a particular reason. They can assess their members through our payroll deduction system, but they have to provide the reason for the assessment. In firefighter healthcare, we added language to address measures taken and that will be taken by the city and the association regarding determining what investment parameters will apply to the investments that the fund and the association's healthcare trust can make. There's question about what kind of investments they are allowed, And we added language to the agreement so that we can have that determination made either by ourselves or by the Texas Attorney General. We also clarified for secondary employment that a firefighter who has a secondary job cannot perform that work while on duty. There are 3 reopeners that are contained within the CBA. If the city makes significant changes to the city's overall leave structure, if we want to make changes to the promotional process for battalion chiefs, we can seek a reopener with the union. And lastly, the changes to economic conditions over successive years, if that's triggered, the reopener is automatic. Unless there are any questions about those slides, I'll turn it over, I guess, to Harold Cates.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Harold Cates. I'm Human Resources Manager over the Classification, Compensation, and Civil Service Testing Division in Human Resources. My team was primarily tasked with supporting with calculations regarding surveys, regarding getting information and data that we needed to do not only the costing of the contract, but also how we will project forward with wages and other compensation. In a high-level overview, on average, the city pays about average. When we look at the minimums, the maximums of the salary ranges and the averages, when we surveyed the 17 cities, the city of Fort Worth is doing really well in terms of staying in the middle. We're not lagging at any point, or we're not leading at any point. The department also does not have any problems attracting new talent. When we look across the state of Texas, San Antonio was the highest recruiters or number of candidates. Austin and City of Fort Worth really tied for second. Austin had 1,693 in their last exam. We had 690, so we feel we're still pretty close. We offer about 10 more incentive pay than other cities in the survey of comparable cities, and really that's also kind of an outgrowth of the types of services that we have to provide. We have an airport, so we have airport rescue duty pay, and then also we have a bomb squad and hazardous materials. Some of the other cities simply don't have those type of specific areas. Now, what was interesting is that we are one of the highest educational reimbursement package offers when it comes to tuition reimbursement. We offer the 5250, which is permitted by IRS. And we really, this is also offered to our general employees, and we really are interested in our firefighters preparing themselves for their careers as they move through the different ranks. So for this agreement or this contract for the next 4 years, the city and the 440 agreed to that we will do increases in the level of 5% in the first year. We'll do 3.1% in the second year, and then 3% in years 3 and 4 respectively. That's a total of about 14% increase over the period of the contract. That's really not that far off from the last contract. We were at about 13%. These pays will be effective Saturday, November 5th, there will be no retroactive pay. With the appointed ranks, as mentioned earlier, since the appointed ranks are being paid at a competitive rate, we were also looking at let me back up, on the deputy chiefs and the assistant chiefs. There is a deputy chief function that works at the 56-hour rate. That is the only position that's eligible for the overtime. Most of the other assistant chiefs and deputy chiefs are at 40-hour rate. We had to adjust their pay ranges to address some wage compression concerns. In the last agreement, what we did is we tied their salary ranges to the range changes or structure changes for general employees. Well, the general employees' salary structures don't move as quickly as do, say, police or fire, because they're set forth in an agreement. And so what happened in the last agreement was again, the fires moved at 13%. Well, for the salary structures for the police and for the deputy chiefs and assistant chiefs only moved 6%, because the general employees only moved at 6%. So we want to make sure that those salaries are being paid competitive, and the chief also wants to make sure that those positions are desirable for the ranks that are up and coming to be moving into that position. When it comes to the incentive pay, we simplified the payout for the incentive pay from monthly to biweekly. Simply, that's easier, I think, for both parties. Employees don't see this ebb and flow on their pay advices, and time and labor, and also payroll. It's a lot easier to administer having similar payout amounts every 2 weeks. We also created two specialized duty assignments for the community paramedic program and also for the scuba gear technicians. And we eliminated a cap for the program coordinators and section managers that are eligible for incentive pay. And of course, in closing, the duration of the agreement is 4 years with a 1-year evergreen. We do not pay any wage increases during evergreen period, whether it's for police or fire. And it's mostly, we permit the steps to increase along with when the employees are eligible, and also their longevity as set forth. And then with that, I will turn it over to Mark.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Mark Rauscher, I'm the Assistant Director for the Fire Department, and just have a few more slides here before we wrap up. So in sum, you can see here some of the key accomplishments. Number one, we offered fair and competitive compensation to our firefighters in order to aid in recruiting and also having highly qualified personnel. And as was mentioned earlier, this was largely done, through some benchmarking with other peer cities and other cities here throughout North Texas. We also maintained appropriate management rights of the chief, and those management rights pertain to how things such as apparatus are deployed each day, how personnel are deployed, certain specialties, which stations those specialties might be staged at, such as the dive team or hazmat crews and so forth. So those have been retained. And then we've also, as was mentioned earlier, strengthened some of the health and safety initiatives of the department. For example, requiring all personnel to have that annual physical each year in order to ensure that they're healthy and able to continue to ride a truck and serve the citizens of Fort Worth. And then lastly, a contract term was included related to, in the event there was an economic downturn, for example, if we had 2 consecutive quarters of zero growth or declining sales tax collections, then that would allow us to revisit some of the contract terms that were included in this agreement. So from a fiscal perspective, the 4% cost of the contract over the entire 4-year period of the agreement is $20.4 million. The majority of that is in that first item that you see there, the across-the-board increases, and Harold just covered those annual step increases for you. But that's the bulk of the 4-year agreement cost. Next up is the personal protective equipment annual uniform allowance that was included. This is a $250 per firefighter equipment allowance that they'll receive, and during the 4-year life of the agreement, that equates to $1.2 million. Next up is the backfill for the special assignment pay for the union president, and that was about $473,000. And then, as was mentioned earlier, some of the incentive pays related to education pay as well as certification pay, those are increased by a 0.5 percentage point, and that equates to $742,000 over the life of the agreement. And then lastly, the double pay that'll be provided to those working on holidays, that equates to about $987,000. So as far as next steps, this past Friday, the city received notice from the 440 that their membership had approved or ratified the proposed CBA. They just needed 50% of the association's voting members to do that, and that was successful. Obviously, today we're here before you, providing you with an overview of the agreement. And then next week, next Tuesday, you should have an MNC on your agenda for approval of the fire department collective bargaining agreement. And then the new CBA will go into effect that following day. And then, as was mentioned earlier, November 5th is when the pay period that starts November 5th is when those pay increases will go into effect. And employees will actually see those increases on their November 25th paycheck. And with that, I think we'll open it up to any questions.
Questions from council members? Go ahead, Carlos.
Mark, one particular question. When you're looking at the personal protective equipment allowance, how does that work out practically? I mean, over the course, what a firefighter would normally have to purchase. $250, can I get some context there as to what that really constructively covers?
So I think that, thank you for asking that question. hoping that that would come up. So there are things that are required that we provide and we should provide. And then there are nice to haves. And there's a couple things that are out there that are still part of development. And as an example, we provide fire gear to mitigate carcinogens and exposure to carcinogens. There is now undergarments that are being developed that enhance that and support that. However, there's not enough clinical research out there yet to say that coming back to you and asking you for a $250 pair of underwear for every man or woman on the Fort Worth Fire Department makes a difference. We're currently working with the gear manufacturers regarding women and some type of sports bra that has that same, those type of things are nice to haves that haven't been supported yet for me to come back and ask you for an additional budget request or to ask the city management staff for that. Those kind of things. There are some different shoes that different folks that we provide fire boots and stuff like that, but there's a lot of opportunity for different pairs of boots and stuff for wildland and stuff like that for folks that are on their feet for a longer period of time and they want to be a little bit more comfortable. So this provides them the flexibility to do that type of purchasing.
And honestly, and I just want to add in, one of the things that was compelling for me, because we discussed this one quite a bit at the negotiating table and amongst our team internally, and the assistant chiefs really walked us through, and they used the flooding as a perfect example. When the firefighters are out there and they're not in their bunker boots, they're wearing just regular street shoes that they purchase. Those things get ruined when they walk through, right, bad water conditions, or they're in someone's house and it's filthy, that they sometimes have expenses like that toward their equipment, that they would maybe personally rebuy those shoes. It was also explained to me that firefighters have a comfort level where, like the chief said, there's equipment that we provide, but some firefighters maybe want to have an extra set of netting or an extra set of pliers or just tools that they like to have on them so they don't have to go back to the truck necessarily if they're in the middle of something.
Bella, I do have a question. I've heard about this $150 allowance. I was hoping that would be more by now, but I see it's still the same. When you take a look at the $150, and even though the science isn't there, Chief, do you know of other cities that are using this type of equipment that you gave as an anecdotal example?
So,
go ahead.
Yeah, I do believe that there are other cities that are doing this. I don't believe that this is a one-off, and they are leaving it up to folks to buy underwear, T-shirts, those type of things. So I do believe that this is not an unheard of practice across the country.
Okay, Val and Chief, I hadn't finished yet with my line of questioning, but what I
Sorry.
wanted to know is, does the $250 allowance reasonably cover what an average firefighter needs? I'm not talking necessarily desires for a certain set of pliers or a multi-tool or something like that, right? I get that's maybe outside. But when I'm talking about, to your point, Chief, protective underwear, certain type of boots, during the course of a year, mix of different calls that they have to make. What does $250 capture? Does it adequately capture what they reasonably need?
I believed in the conversations we had with the fire department's executive leadership team that amount would be adequate. We actually tossed around various dollar amounts and looked at other jurisdictions who had similar programs in place. And it was through a discussion with the team that included the fire leadership team that $250 would be an adequate amount to start with. When it comes to mandatory equipment, that is equipment that the fire department would be compelled to provide to the firefighter. So I think those are still ongoing conversations. But the maintenance allowance was meant to cover things like netting, pliers, and other pieces of equipment like that they would need. I think we would have deeper conversations if we're changing the way we're equipping our firefighters and the city needs to provide special underwear or undergarments. I mean, that's a different conversation, and I don't think we were anticipating those types of things being covered by this protective equipment allowance.
I would add that it also is enough to allow for some flexibility without being so much that we create an environment where I somewhat lose control as the fire chief of who's wearing what, who has what. And I believe that there's a safety issue that goes with that too, from a consistency purpose. So I believe that this is enough to allow them for things like Val was saying, grab an extra pair of shoes or those type of things without getting into the items that I, as the fire chief, should make sure that they have out of my budget.
Can you quantify that? You say safety issue, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but is there a quantifiable amount to say, from what I'm gathering, please correct me if I'm wrong, generally speaking, this $250 allowance is adequate. But I hear also that there may be a safety concern in terms of maybe not having certain safety equipment on hand that, it's reasonable that they normally use? I mean, again, I just want clarification.
Councilmember, with all honesty, I cannot stand in front of you right now and tell you the men and the women of the Fort Worth Fire Department are responding up and down the street in any unsafe situation. I believe that as a fire chief, I have that responsibility, and I would stand before you, make that argument, and make that plea if I really felt that way. And sure, they would, if you, I don't want to speak for the local, but I'm sure they'd love to have 500 or 750 or whatever. But the fact is that I believe that this is a good place to start without getting into the conversation about a commissary where we would control the supply and stuff like that. I believe that if we want to grow it, those are conversations we need to have down the line in conjunction with Val and Mr. Cook and the rest of you. But I cannot stand in front of you right now and say that the work that council has done with the city manager's office is not been very positive for the Fort Worth Fire Department. The Fort Worth Fire Department right now is in a very good place. We got work to do. Don't get me wrong, we have work to do, but we are much better off than we have been in the last couple of years regarding the health and the safety and the wellness of our organization, and I'm very appreciative of that, and I'll put it up against anybody in the country.
Okay, I think I'm sufficiently clear.
And I think the local too, in our conversations, I think they were appreciative that we even considered adding this provision to the agreement. And I think it's a good first step that we added this maintenance allowance in there for our firefighters. It was eye-opening for me to learn about some of the equipment that they personally wanted to buy on their own just to make sure they were safe and could go home to their families at the end of the day. But some of it really was personal preference. And that's really what we were trying to carve out with this funding.
Okay, thank you, Val. Thank you,
Leonard.
Chief. Chief, did the topic of the ability to clean gear at each of the firehouses come up?
So I don't recall that being a specific.
No. It was not one of our bargaining items.
Yeah, I don't recall that.
Okay, thanks.
But we do, we talked just as a group, we talked a lot about health and safety, but we did not get into the particulars of gear cleaning, and it wasn't on our bargaining list nor the 440s, although it's important to both of us, but it wasn't something that we bargained over.
Alan and Jared.
So could I get just a quick clarification on the ability to staff apparatus at 3 persons? What I heard during the presentation was that was strictly related to training or absence. So this is not going to be a normative behavior across the department. It's exception, or?
It really is an exception. I think this mayor and council many years ago made the decision, our policy decision, to staff the fire department with 4 persons. There have been provisions in the collective bargaining agreement that allowed the chief and the leadership team just a little bit of room to operate if they were in a situation where they didn't have 4 people. So it simply gives them a window of 5 hours that they can run with 3 people once daily per apparatus. It is not a practice of the chiefs in the department, and I'll let you speak to that, Chief, but it is a matter of the chief balancing, the number of firefighters available to fill all of the spots on a daily basis. There are firefighters that take time off and have leave, so the chief is having to balance making sure he has all the spots filled. And so there are times when a firefighter has to leave the station for a training. But through this, the chief has made the policy decision that he will not start off by just staffing a day at 19 hours, for example. He fully staffs for the day, and then he has the provision where he could run short for up to 5 hours a day per apparatus if needed.
5 hours, where 5 hours comes from in general is the fact that training in the Fort Worth Fire Department, that is both state and federally required training, is done on 4-hour blocks. So it allows for that 4-hour block of training, and the travel time back to a firehouse is where the 5th hour comes in. So yes, technically in those situations, fire trucks may show up at your place with 3 people on it instead of 4. However, everybody in that training is generally somewhere within the city limits and able to respond back to their stations immediately if something happens, such as a storm blowing through or a significant event. So they're available, and that's where the 5 hours comes from. Chris, did you have
And I think, and Chris, I know I want you to come up and clarify too, because as we were doing the collective bargaining process, Chris helped us work through an issue that we had with the local 440 regarding staffing.
Yeah, I'll just add that this is not a new provision. The last 2 contracts have allowed this, allowed for the running of a station or an apparatus with 3 persons rather than 4 for a period of time. The first time it was 3 hours, then we expanded that to 5 hours. What we're doing in this language is just making it clear that it's only when a firefighter who is scheduled to work that day is going to work that day, but is going to be absent for a period of less than 5 hours in training or having a parent-teacher conference or something like that, that we can, on that particular apparatus, 1 time per day, run it with 3 people. And again, it's not a new provision, it's just, this language clarifies exactly when that can be done.
Thanks, Chris.
I'll just go back to the health and safety piece. I want to ask for my own clarification. I'd be remiss if I didn't. But I've been really concerned with, occupational exposure to carcinogens like PFAS. And I just want to ask, within the annual fire department physicals and also with the additional allowance of equipment that was in mind, and I'm sure y'all discussed this at great length. So, Chief, if you could speak to that, I just want to make sure that that's covered in the physicals. And I know you had plans on doing that, so just want to make sure we're covered.
It absolutely is. Our budget this year helps complete that commitment. The International Association of Fire Chiefs, in a joint statement with the International Association of Firefighters, has come out with a joint position statement on PFAS in both firefighting foam and fire gear and things, encouraging the manufacturers to move away from PFAS containing. And I can share that with you from a research standpoint if you have an interest in reading it, council member.
Of course.
But the fact is that I am very confident that our adopted budget and this contract requiring the physical, requiring the participation of the physical, not just us to require funding it, but them to require is actually a very positive labor management step to the health and wellness.
Yeah. And I would say with that particular issue, we did have some spirited conversations with Michael Glenn and the local because they did want to make sure that we were providing physicals to the firefighters. And they appreciated the work that Chief Davis and Deanna had done with Frontline to really enhance the physical that they're receiving.
Absolutely. I'll just kind of lighten the moment a little bit. I tried the physicals at Frontline. Thank y'all for offering that. And I completely lost my breath on the bike. So it's a great training or a great physical. And I just wanted to ask it just to make sure that we're covered. So thank y'all.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Great job.
Thank you. And Mayor Parker, I was remiss in saying Michael Glenn was not able to be here today, and he sends his regrets. He does have Sherman Dietrich here, but Sherman and Skylar and Zach Schaefer, the whole local 440 team was really good to work with. I think our whole city team really has a better relationship with the local 440 through this exercise, so we appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Val. Okay, hold on. One more presentation, folks. We have an assessment of equity in municipal service delivery. Christina Brooks.
All right, give everybody a chance to stretch. I am really excited about this presentation. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager Cook, Fort Worth community. Future Fort Worth, equitable, fiscally responsible, digital, and smart. At the intersection of tax policy, city planning, sustainable revenue, development, and equity for all Fort Worth is data. We can use data to look back, where we can learn from policy decisions and understand its impact on place and people. Now, together with our Urban 3 partners, we're building a tool to look forward. So what will the tool do? It will assist city officials in making fiscally sound and equitable decisions about infrastructure improvements and land use. This project came about by the collaborative work where the intersection was our comprehensive plan between our department and municipal equity planning and planning and data analytics. As you know, the goals of each one of those areas on the municipal equity side, it's to utilize data tools and policy evaluation processes for determining equity in municipal service delivery and workforce across city departments to improve the quality of life for all residents. And on the planning and data analytics side, they lead the integration of long-range planning, capital programming, budgeting, performance management to help the city of Fort Worth in its quest to become the most livable and best managed city in the country. And so just a quick overview of the process that we go through on the municipal equity side is 5 simple steps, right? History, data, location, policy and law, and population outcomes. We look at the history of place and people. We look at the data and as it pertains to municipal service for land use departments. We develop a focus area, which we're calling geographic disparity zones. And then we review the policy that's behind some of the decisions that we make. And then we analyze that and produce reports for decision making. So this is just a quick overview of some of the processes that we go through, determining whether or not disparities exist, what problems are we trying to solve, and looking at the historical research, examining the impact of past decisions on place, people, and policy, and determining what the data is telling us. What's the current state of play and its impact in those 3 areas of place, people, and policy, and then standardizing that data so that we can look at what's happening over a long period of time or for a longitudinal study. And then important to that is understanding how to use the data to understand who's benefiting now and why. And then using that landscape to look forward into the future, developing a predictive scenario to understand how we can best use our resource allocations and make changes there. Identifying resources and individuals, laws, and institutions that will support a new policy or a new direction, and then recommending equitable and data-driven strategies. And then, of course, implementing a time-bound evaluation and analysis. So our Urban 3 partners are here with us today, and we believe that the value that they add is to heighten the city's level of financial intelligence, equity, and innovation by building on the work of the city's existing key performance indicators for service delivery, and of course, the established framework for assessing equity and service delivery. But most importantly, while strengthening the city's ability to proactively study land value economics, property and retail tax analysis, and creating equitable and financially sustainable community design and smarter growth. So in phase 1 of the project, we did our Urban 3 partners did a data audit of all of these city departments that you see here. And right now we're in the process of discussing phase 2, which is specific to 4 land use and infrastructure departments, transportation and public works, water, development services, and information technology services. They'll be powered and supported by the diversity and inclusion department, as well as the lion's share of the work resting in planning and data analytics, and of course our CMO team. These are the actual members of the training team. So as this tool is being developed, These individuals from our infrastructure and land use departments will work alongside our Urban 3 partners to understand how this tool is being built, all of the knowledge about the methodology that we will use to create it, so that once our Urban 3 partners leave, we will be able to replicate this work, and we don't have to wait another 7 years to bring back another consultant to do this. We'll be able to push a button and refresh this information, hopefully annually, more often than that if necessary. There's a potential for Phase 3 to bring in other city departments that you see listed here to produce a similar type of work for them. So now let's take a look at what Urban 3 can do for us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce the principal at Urban 3, Joe Minikazi.
Thank you, Christina. I know it's late in the day for y'all and you want to talk taxes. Are we ready? What we do is at our company is try to find a way to visualize economic information. I actually started my career in city planning, but I also worked for this gentleman's firm. It's a real estate development company. So in Asheville, we were dealing with a city that was essentially dormant and trying to get people to understand why the value helps. So taking one of these buildings here and rehabbing it. We made housing downtown, a lot of historic preservation. But really what we found ourselves in is this constant dialogue with our citizens about why it matters for them, the work that we do in real estate development. So all buildings are essentially crops. They're things that you grow in your community. And farmers talk about economic terms. We should talk about the same with buildings. So this is one of our buildings that we rehabbed. We did retail on the ground floor, office on the second floor, and retail above. We wouldn't have done this if it weren't for the city's effort building the sidewalk at the ground floor. So thank you, city, for the garbage can, the bike rack, 2 benches, and a street tree. That's awesome. We took the building's value from $300,000 to $11 million. So that represents a 3,500% increase in taxes. That's what you all get. So do you have a 401k plan that grows by 3,500%? Isn't that awesome? This is how we grow our community's wealth. Go out and buy more garbage cans. We don't care. And people would have biases, and they're like, well, Joe, that's $11 million. This Walmart's $20 million. It's like, okay, fair enough. That took 34 acres of my community to make that Walmart happen versus 0.2 acres for our building. So that's an apples and oranges argument, right? Per acre, we're producing 100 times more property taxes, double the retail taxes, obviously a lot more residents and more jobs. So if you look at the data and you start making things apples to apples, you'll see a completely different city and you'll get past some of your biases and how we're looking at economic information. This is the basics of how we're looking at it. You don't talk about cars on a miles per tank basis, right? We all understand that all tanks are different sizes. We say miles per gallon. This is the same thing of doing that with real estate. So I want you to know this isn't crazy math that I'm doing here. It's basically 5th grade division. So this matters because taxes pay for stuff. You have to be able to buy things. We've heard several discussions about community needs and economics. So that city is essentially, that's my city, a finite boundary of land that has to be managed. And it's one huge economic model. Also, if you look up the word incorporate, it says to constitute a company, a city, or other organization as a legal corporation. So by law, your city's incorporated, your county's incorporated, your state's incorporated, and so is our country. If you look up, and this is actually the law here, the US code that lists us as a United States as a federal corporation. This is how we run our government. So we need to understand the economics of how this operates. So my city at $14 billion, Asheville is $14 billion of value, is 7 times the value of Ted Turner. So I expect my city council to understand the economics the same way Ted Turner understands the economics of his businesses. We should understand how this operates. It's a very powerful machine that we're operating. We've done this all across the country, 35 different states, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. And this is the basics. For every dollar of county taxes somebody in county single family is paying to the county in county taxes per acre, their brother and sister in the city is paying about 5 times that to the same county. This is the Walmart, this is the mall, this is a 2-story building, a 3-story building, and a 6-story building. So you don't have to be a skyscraper to be productive. Also, this is single use, this is mixed use. As you mix your uses, you see how it exponentially grows. So I would argue that people don't see this information because we don't visualize it in a way that we're used to seeing information. So if I can show you your brain and your brainstem activity in blue and your creative thought process in green, if I can take a snapshot inside your head, can I do an economic MRI of your county, of your city, of your state? So this is my county. This is Mount Mitchell State Park. It's non-taxable. It's in gray. This is Mount Pisgah. It's a big park, non-taxable. Low value is green. high value is purple. That's the Biltmore estate. That one house is worth $100 million for one house. That's pretty cool. But it's really not a fair way of looking at it because that one house is 8,000 acres of land with a 140,000 square foot house on it. Does anybody have a 140,000 square foot house? This is like having the biggest gas tank. So it's not, it's a big value, but per acre map changes. So this is showing you the productivity, but why stop there? Here it is in 3D. So when I use this in my community, we're having conversations with folks out in the county who, I mean, seriously, I'm not making this up. They got our state legislator to call us a cesspool of sin. And we're like, really? How about a thank you card for all the money that downtown produces to the county? Because I can show it to you right there, right? So in defense of folks out here in Fairview, they honestly don't know. So show people the information. Also, we can see our little cousin of Black Mountain. You can see its little downtown. And it's not like we have mile-high buildings. Those are, the tallest building in Black Mountain is 3 stories. So we're believers in showing the information. We'll be doing this with your team to find ways to visualize this. We're also going to be staring at a lot of biases straight in the face. When we first started doing this, everybody's like, well, Joe, that's North Carolina. We're different. Okay, here's Manchester, New Hampshire. Guess where downtown is? Here's Kansas City. Kansas City actually has 2 downtowns going on, which is kind of cool. This is Bozeman, Montana. Are you seeing a pattern? So the converse is also true. The more that I waste your land, the lower the taxes I pay. And that's baked right into the tax system. This is Brevard, North Carolina, which is a community of 7,000 people. When we showed this, the mayor's name is Mayor Jimmy. He's been mayor for 35 years, and Mayor Jimmy's like, well, I can tell where downtown is, and there it is. So we also did a project down in Mansfield. Now, Tarrant County is a really complex machine, so we only focused on visualizing and bringing into focus this area here because Mansfield's down here. And you can see that they're obviously missing a downtown. They never built one. When we bring you into focus, we'll start to see your downtown pop up really large over here. So we also worked with a real estate developer that wanted to visualize his economic impact in the study area around Tarrant County. It's a Nehemiah Group was a real estate developer. They did a couple of projects. One is Arlington Commons. They also did Viridian over here. So this is the total value. Again, miles per tank, the large parcels of land look really hot, but miles per gallon or value per acre, it changes shift. And you can see the value of Viridian popping up here. So there's Viridian. I'm just gonna play this. This is an animation over time from 2006. You can see the value change. Arlington Commons, the parts of Viridian start popping up, and then you'll see Arlington Commons when they get that project done, how that much that grows. So you can actually measure the effect of the economic return of these places. So this is the overall project area of the 100 and something acres. That's the growth. It is growing. It's a high growing part of Tarrant County. 2 times growth pattern from 2006 to 2020, it doubled in value. When you look at Arlington Commons, it went from this to flatland and to this. So this is the economic gain from 300,000 down to 100,000 up to let's call it 11 million. So that grew by this. So while the whole area was only growing at double, this was growing at close to 35 times the potency. This is how you harvest new wealth with rehab, basically. The Viridian is a whole nother world. This is a larger mixed-use development. Many of y'all may know it. Here it is in 2012, 2014, and you start to see as it's thickening up, it's actually cultivating and growing more wealth along the way. This is 2019 and 2020. So while the area grew by double, this one grew by 104 times in value, which is ridiculous growth. It's still not done, as you all know. This is where it's going. It's going to be, when they're done, it should be somewhere around 200 times the growth in value in that project area versus the whole rest of the control subject is only at double. This is massive growth and massive revenue opportunity. Just a couple of examples. This is single family. I'm just going to fly through these. Commercial, the apartments are killing it. But these little 0-lot townhouses and these townhomes are actually really big producers of wealth. And also, if you think about the infrastructure that goes into it, it's a very small street frontage. So just to wrap up, this is the average. This is Arlington Commons, and this is Viridian in their growth for that area. One of the biases that people give us is like, we've got money, we're growing, we're doing awesome. And I'll give you a couple of case studies of, this is Lancaster, California, which is up and over the mountain from Los Angeles. They're actually not in great shape. One of the things that we saw is that they stretched out a lot. Their downtown should be bigger than what it is here. But what blew my mind is they have 953 miles of roads. I don't know what that looks like, so we put it on a map. They have enough roads to go from Los Angeles to Portland. So every 30 years, they have to build a road from Los Angeles to Portland. If you had the choice to do that, would you do that as a city council? Of course not. But you're not watching as all of these roads fall into your portfolio. So the other thing is, and no, throwing no shade at the finance situation, but the finance standards call roads assets, which is a misnomer. In my business, my computer's an asset. If I had a delivery van, it's an asset. If I had real estate, it's an asset. Can you pick your roads up and sell them to Dallas? No. That means they're a liability. So you should look at them as liability, not as an asset. So this is when they built all of their roads. You can see that they didn't really have many in the early 1900s. Then after World War II, they went a little crazy. They built all of these lane miles here. Well, 30 years later, it comes back for the first rebuild there. And what they did is that when they got hit with that huge capital gain, you can see they built more roads next to it, which means you're adding more liability. So this comes back for a second rebuild and brings along with it the new stuff. So we stopped them in 2016 and said, what's your build rebuild look like? And this is what it looks like. So we can look back in time and see that that first wave looks kind of crazy. The second wave was crazy again. And the third waves, they're capitalizing themselves and getting bigger and bigger. We're not adding more to the system. Every American city has gone through this pattern, and we have to face into it. So they can only afford 50% of their roads. That's the reality of their economic condition. But we wouldn't know that unless you're doing the math and mapping it out so people can make choices. We have to communicate with citizens so they understand this stuff. Does that make sense? So this is a paradigm that a lot of the American development pattern has put ourselves into, and this is the reason why these things are expensive. I understand this is depressing, but there are ways out of this. This is Eugene, Oregon. The revenue model, here's the University of Oregon, is this gray hole right here, and this is like a college town, little restaurant area over here on the other side of the campus. This is floating the whole city in a lake and looking at the side view of the city and seeing the revenue coming out of the ground and the cost that it takes to deliver services to those different properties. So if you live over here, this is what you're paying in taxes. This is what you cost the world for your lifestyle choice right there. So if you net your revenue against your cost, this is what's in the black and what's in the red. Here's the whole city from the top view. And what you can see is net positive is in black, what's net negative is in red. If you lift this up, like you're looking for a salamander under a rock, you can see the spread of subsidy across the model. So we have to communicate this to our citizens so they're aware of the choices that you all have to pay the bills for. Things cost money. When we broke this down, and there was a much larger presentation for this community, but we basically broke it down into this, I call it the Brady Bunch slide. We have residential, low density, medium density, high density, mixed use, low, medium, and high, commercial, low, medium, and high. And in Eugene, these are the sticker prices. The single family detached house is costing the community about $1,400 per house in their community of subsidy. That's the reality. Now, the politics of this is everybody, of course, wants that product. Well, yeah, because you're getting paid to be there. But you can't afford 80% of your city in subsidy. So they're in a situation where they have to look at themselves in the mirror and say, we can't carry this full subsidy. We have to grow other stuff to be able to afford that housing. So they're trying to think of it as balancing out the city. You can't just have any one of these tree rings of the city being 80%. So definitely build more stuff in the downtown. That's going to be helpful. But if you look up here at Crescent Village, that's not in the downtown. It's doing all right. So in their comprehensive plan, they're looking at 4 different areas to cultivate new gardens, if you will, of new revenue opportunities to garner some wealth. And this is something you could do by, in their case, they removed impact fees or stuff like that. There's ways you can handle that, but you have to visualize it first. Let me just skip ahead. The other things I want to get into is maybe the biases that you'll find in your math, and this will be a little bit more of our conversations with Tarrant County and the other counties that you all are within, but I'll just give you one of my favorite biases. This is Cheyenne, Wyoming. This is just land value per acre. And when I was presenting this in Cheyenne, Wyoming, you'd expect the world to look like this. Everybody's blue up here, but you start to see all of these problems over here. This should not be happening inside the tax assessment system where people are so different from value each other inside a neighborhood. But that's human error. When I was presenting this, I said, what's going on here where this is $15,000 an acre, and when you cross the street, it doubles to $40,000 an acre? How does land inside a commercial corridor double in value when you cross the street? Did y'all know that? The tax assessor raised her hand, and she just yells out at me. She goes, no, 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 you don't understand. And I said, what am I missing? She goes, well, they have more land. The more land you have, the lower the value per acre. The mayor just started laughing. I thought he was going to spit coffee out of his nose. I was like, really, I get more land and you give me a discount? She goes, yeah, that's our standard. I said, I've got 3 miles of streets around here. This fellow's got 200 feet. She goes, we don't count infrastructure as part of the valuation. It's just our standard is there's less people that can afford larger pieces of land. So therefore, the less land you have, the more land you have, the less people. So it's less. I'm like, where are you coming with this? Where did this come from? Incidentally, I went to the International Association of Tax Assessing Officers Conference, which is probably the squarest conference I've ever been to. Their magazine is called Fair and Equitable. And I asked them, how is this fair and how is this equitable? Now, to their credit, they said, it's not. We probably need to change that standard. So realize Moses didn't deliver your tax code or your assessment policies. These are all things that we're going to ferret out a little bit to see what's going on in your community. And with this, I want to close about equity. I'll just give you a couple examples. Redlining started in 1934. So 1934 to 1968, maps were drawn in communities 50,000 in population and greater, in which you basically extracted people's ability to get a mortgage. You couldn't get it, mortgages went from 7 years to 30 years, and they were only protected for a certain class of folks. Across the country, these maps were made. You had good real estate in green, blue is desirable, yellow is declining, and red is hazardous. You were deemed hazardous by your immigration class or your color of your skin. So if you were black, you were hazardous. In Kansas City, if you were Italian, you were hazardous. But this is your map. Your forefathers, 43% of your community was deemed hazardous. And you can see where they are in your community. When we were working in Kansas City, they asked us whether we'd look at redlining. And I said, hell yeah, you want to see where it is? I can tell you it's right there. You can see right when you go from across one street, across Troost Avenue, how it flattens out. Now remember, we stopped doing redlining in 1968. So dropping Troost Avenue on the redline map, you see east of Troost is heavily redlined. So what happens is an economic cascade effect that even today, 50 years later, you can see going from green to blue to yellow to red, still has that economic repercussion baked into your system. These are biases that were put in place that have caused an economic ripple effect. On Kansas City, Kansas, it's even worse. Their community asked us to show us an example of what that means. So I'll give you one example. This is the Quindaro neighborhood. All of these brown pads here are vacant lots. So if you remove my ability to sell my house because it's been redlined, no one's gonna buy that house. So that means the house gets stuck with me and my family, or goes into a predatory loan system, but I also lose the ability to rehab my house. So when you lose that house, you're losing taxes, right? So this is all the folks that, there's just vacant lots. These are the people who are left in the community. They're just like, I'm not even gonna bother paying my taxes. And who could blame them? You know, so this is the economic effect. So, the average value of a lot is $400 in taxable value. There are 732 of them in that neighborhood. We put a house on it, it's not much better. The house is about 17,000. But when you do the math on that, 17,000 is 40 times more than 400. So that's the effect of that. Going back in time, looking at the original values, you'll find this data in the redline maps. This is the old value, $3,000. So gluing the houses back onto the property and saying how much taxes would they have paid if we didn't harm them is about $30 million. So when I was presenting to this community, I said, look, your great-grandparents followed racist policies, period. That happened. But they effectively wrote a check in this one neighborhood for $30 million and flushed it down the toilet. That's the cost that they impacted your community with to follow that policy. So we'll be looking into that in your neighborhoods to fix this neighborhood and go from a sinking position to a level position is 18 houses. They can clearly do that in the community, but in the banking industry, what you're gonna hear from the mortgage providers is a house costs $180,000, taxable value $17,000. We're not gonna underwrite a mortgage. Is that racist? I think so. You know, you wouldn't be in this position if it weren't for racist policies. So in their case, we recommended to them that they just reach into their general fund or take out a bond or do something. You have to do something to help this neighborhood recover because the market has these biases. Real quickly, we did the whole thing for South Bend, Indiana. This is their current value. Going back in time and just gluing the houses that fell down because of urban renewal or redlining, they would have had $3 billion. They effectively lost $1 billion of value by following these policies. This is all stuff that we can do. And one last example, Asheville. I live in Asheville. As a volunteer, we did this in my own community. If you're blue, you're white. If you're green, you're black. This is the Biltmore Estate right here, the Vanderbilt Mansion. A lot of people know that is the biggest house. When you zoom into the neighborhood, what a lot of people don't realize is there's a large real estate development project called Biltmore Forest right next to it. This is Shiloh. This is a predominantly black neighborhood there. This is a house in Biltmore Forest. This is my friend Reggie's house. Let's just compare the two of them. Here's Reggie. Here's this house in Biltmore Forest. When we look at the data, the land is worth more in Biltmore Forest, but check this out. I showed this to my assessor. I said, Mr. Miller, how on God's green earth is Reggie's house worth more per square foot than that house on the left? And he immediately gave me all of his biases. He's like, well, Joe, she's got more square footage. I'm like, she's got 4 bathrooms. Reggie's got 1. When you look at the taxes paid, Reggie's paying way more taxes per acre than she is. And from last assessment to this assessment, we do our assessments every 4 years. What's going on here? And on the property card, she's renovated her house and Reggie clearly hasn't. So how is his property value going up more, faster, and he's paying more per square foot? These, again, are biases baked into the system that we need to discover. When you look at a house in our county, if you buy a house for $225, it gets assessed at $225. If you buy a house of less value, it gets jacked up in assessment. If you buy a house of greater value, it gets a discount. Did you all know that that's baked into your tax system? So the way that that's happening is when you look at your housing stock, you've got a lot in the middle and a little bit at either end, at the low wealth and at the high wealth. So if you just do a standard deviation of the center of the mean, it's going to pull the poor up and the rich down. It's stupid math, basically. So we looked at yours. This is for Tarrant County. You're over-assessing the bottom 6 quintiles and under-assessing the top 4. This is what your county's doing to yourself. At the city level, you're better at the bottom end, but you have this little issue here in the 20th to the 60th percent quintile, and you have a discount at the highest end. So we'll figure this out. We'll figure out what you can do to change this, or at least identify where the problem is and make, if this is your choice for your values, for your community, great. Now what happens over time in our community is the longer you go, the more those lines diverge. This is the lowest 20% and the highest 20% in what's going on with valuation over the same real estate market over the same period. This is not equitous. And what that does is, if this is what's going on with your housing value, what's going on with people's ability to pay for it. So this is our income in our community versus our housing prices. I'm gonna go ahead and stop there because I'm at my time limit. And I know that you've had a long day and you've got a night ahead of you. So that's basically the majority of the work we're gonna do for your community.
So, big question, maybe this is Christina. This is very interesting, but what are you gonna do for Fort Worth? I mean, it sounds like, are we deciding here today based on your presentation? Christina, you're welcome to chime in.
Yeah, so we will be pulling together, in the data audit that Urban 3 already did, they looked at all of our data in those infrastructure departments. So we're going to be using that data to build an assessment tool so that we can provide that to you as decision makers to look at different scenarios based on the information that we have coming in for development projects and planning and data analytics. We'll be working with their team and their planners to help assess some of this data. So it'll be in a usable format for you. So in a short sentence, it's just pulling all of the information that we have from the county tax assessor, appraisals, information that we have as a city on some of the data that we collect and the work that we do, pulling that all together and putting that in a visual form so that when you have something before you that you need to make a decision on as to whether or not development needs to go or should go in a specific location, you'll be able to see that in a visual and understand the impact that that will have currently and what it could look like down the road. And will we have the money based on any tax revenues coming in, property tax revenues coming in, to pay for and maintain infrastructure that will be tied to that project.
Okay, Gina.
I want to say thank you for this powerful presentation. Joe, I'm sure you've seen the red lighting exhibit. It blew my mind when I saw that. Fernando, you might recall, and Zeta and I wanted to bring that exhibit to Fort Worth. David, we told you about it. I'm going to find out where it is now. But for me as an African American, when I walked through it, I just said, I'm not crazy. You know, it really validates everything that you've sensed, and the idea that the federal government created red lighting makes it even a greater injury. But I hope we can get that exhibit. I think with Christina's leadership, we've got the connections to maybe get it here. Dallas had it, but did not know how to promote it. And I saw it in 2017, and it changed my life when you see how the government created this system that just embraces inequities. And thank you for the presentation. You should know my district borders Viridian. Now, my district, this part of it is where the first freed slaves settled in Texas. What's happening now is there are homes being built on the Fort Worth side up to 500,000 where there was nothing. And so we're talking about automatic gentrification right there, because those descendants of slaves no longer live there, but they still own the property. I think you're going to have a ball working in Fort Worth.
We should talk about that. Yeah, we're experiencing there's a neighborhood called Waimama in Tampa that we're currently working with, a similar experience. One of the things that you'll find is, we're familiar with the term gentrification, and it's in your packet. I won't go through the explanation here, but we discovered it in our neighborhood. So in Reggie's neighborhood, his neighborhood's gentrifying, and they're like, that's why it's growing, Joe. And I said, well, is no one buying houses in the wealthy neighborhood? So how is it there's transactions happening there and there's no gentrification, yet there's gentrification happening in the neighborhoods of low wealth? And it's just, again, the assessors have a bias that they somehow turn a blind eye in one part of the community, and that's not constitutional. You have a misapplication of the policies. I understand, I've been reading the newspapers and seeing what your poor assessor is going through right now. But that system needs to change. That system needs to be aware of its biases, and you don't see it until you see it, so to speak.
Jared?
First of all, thank you, Christina, for facilitating this presentation. One of the best I've seen so far. There's so much we can unpack and not enough time to do that. The one thing I did want to speak to that I see a lot of relevance, especially for our work with the NQRC as well, is your analogy of needing to grow new gardens. And you put it so eloquently, and I think that's one of the reasons why it's so important, especially on the fringes like in District 6. That we're really intentional about how we grow gardens at McCartan, Alta Mesa, McCartan, Sycamore, and we could go even further southwest. And I think what I took away from that was that it's important to grow those gardens because they also require city services, and that community should be self-sustainable in the sense of being able to give a return on the city's services that are being delivered to that area. So thank you for this presentation. You gave me a lot of food for thought, and I hope we see you again.
Anybody else, council? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Council, that's the last of our presentations. Do we have any future agenda items? Go ahead.
All right, let me get organized here. There it is. Okay. David, I'd like an IR on the status, condition of, number of handheld decibel readers that are deployed with the Fort Worth Police Department. Essentially, I want to know if we have enough to properly enforce a noise ordinance.
Gina?
I'd like a report on the street sweepers that, are coming or here. And I'm really interested in the schedule of where they're going to start.
Okay. Anybody else? Jared?
This isn't for council, but I see while y'all are here in Fernando, I'd like for y'all to come back for the NQRC so we can get a deeper dive. I know we rushed through today, so.
Anybody else?
Yes, Mayor. I know there's a lot of great work that's happening for ISD with the superintendent. I'm requesting if she can, if we can work with her, where she can come give us an update. Also, I spoke with her briefly about meeting with council, and she has a proposal where she has done it in other areas where they meet with council. So I'm looking forward towards that.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else? No? Okay, with that, meeting adjourned.
Resolution approving the budget for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. And Victor Turner's here. If we have any questions over that budget, he's going to give his presentation.
Yeah, good afternoon. Before you to present our proposed 2023 budget for HFC. These are revenues, as you can see. It's pretty consistent with what we've had in years past. A couple items I'd like to highlight is the 2.3 million is for anticipated revenue we'll get from the sale of lots to Hope Global in the Evans-Rosedale area. And also you can see about a little over half of our total amount comes from project cash flow and developer fees. So it's important that we continue to partner in deals and be a part of that to generate more revenue for the HFC. The affordable housing payments is something that will end soon. These were part of some economic development deals where the developers paid us an amount instead of producing some affordable housing units. An example is in Clear Fork, those apartments out there, the George was one of them that we're getting paid for them not having to produce affordable housing units. We don't do any more of those type of deals, but that's what the affordable housing payment line item consists of. And then, of course, we got some loan payments that we get from Mistletoe and Columbia Renaissance for that $5.6 million total for revenue. Questions on that part? Okay. Expenditures. Some of our staff that work on the HFC, we pay part of their salary from the HFC budget. And then you can see some of the customary things that, dues, conferences. The PSH supportive services, there are a few projects that we pay for the supportive services for PSH, and that's what that totals at $183,000. And then contractual services, so when we entered a contract with John Shackelford and people like that, that's where that amount comes out of that line item. The home match is, the Home Investment Partnerships Program requires that 25% of our total grant, we have to provide match dollars. So that can either be general fund dollars or some other source. Also, donated services, Habitat, some of their stuff can count as match. But this is a cash match portion that we're providing through HFC. And then the rest is audit fees, consultant fees. So in case we have a large project where we can hire a consultant, we built in some money for that. An example, I think we used it for some work we did in Las Vegas Trail last year. And then to maintain some of our HFC property. So that totals our expenditures of the $5.6 million for our FY23 budget. And this is just a chart to kind of show developer fees, how they flowed into the HFC since 2015. There was a little spike in 20, and that was due to when the timing of some of our developer